like this. Good morning. I, Dr. Nishat Fatima, welcome you all in the inaugural session of International Conference on Innovating the Future of Energy, Advances in Nanotechnology and Natural Sciences, Day 1. Starting off, as per our tradition, let us enlighten ourselves with the lighting of lamp with Mata Saraswati Vandana. Now I request Dr. Shweta Singh ma'am, founder and CEO, Ennoble IP, to address the gathering and also open the conference. Please, ma'am. Due to some technical issues, ma'am will be joining us shortly. Please wait.
Thank you. Should I start, Nishit? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Thank you so much. So, good morning, all guests, esteemed researchers, innovators, and friends. It's truly honored to be here before you today at this inspiring gathering hosted by Council of Industrial and Innovation Research, where brilliant minds come together to imagine and build a better, cleaner, and more sustainable future. The theme of our conference today is Innovating the Future of Energy, Advances in Nanotechnology and Natural Sciences. Could not be more timely. As the world stands the crossroad of energy revolution, it is innovation in science and technology that will pave the road ahead. Nanotechnology in particular has emerged as catalyst opening new doors to new energy efficiency storage and production at a scale we once thought is impossible, from solar panels that capture more sunlight to batteries that last longer and charge faster to lightweight energy saving materials. The possibilities are limitless where we dare to now imagine and innovate. But innovation doesn't happen in isolation. It needs nurturing. It needs ecosystem that connect researchers to the real world application, that mentors and empower young mind, and that transform ideas into impact. This brings me to an initiative, and I'm deeply which I'm deeply passionate about. I announce here the launch of our Innosthan also, which is a movement, a national platform we have envisioned under the leadership of CIR to ignite innovation across India's higher education institutions, startups, SMEs, incubator accelerators. And our vision is simple, yet I would say very bold, to make India a powerhouse of original ideas, patents, entrepreneurship, and a global research leadership. Though in our stand, we aim to create a structured ecosystem within universities and institutions, setting up IP facilitation centers, innovation hubs, technology transfer cells, and offering mentorship, resources, and global collaboration opportunities. The future of energy and indeed the future of humanity rest in the hand of researchers, our students, and our entrepreneurs. So Innostan will serve as the bridge between academic research and the industrial application, and between, I would say, a dream and its realization. So today as we discuss this cutting edge advances in nanotechnology and natural sciences, let us remember, Innostan is not just about invention, it's about impact. It's about creating a solution that touches lives, protect our planet, and drive sustainable growth, which this conference will, as a whole, will today address. I invite each of you, scientists, academicians, students, policymakers, and industry leaders to join this journey of today's conference for 2 days, and join our journey for Innostan also. Together, let's build an India, a world where ideas thrive, where science empowers, and where the future of energy is not just sustainable but also equitable and inclusive. I will close with a small saying, which is my favorite, personal favorite line by Leonard Sweet. The future is not something we enter, the future is something we create. Thank you. I look forward to an exciting day of learning, sharing, growing together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. So now I request Professor Raj Singh Sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Jain University, our chief patron and chief guest of this conference, to deliver the keynote address of the conference. Please, sir. Raj sir will be joining us soon. Due to some technical issues, it will take another 5 minutes or so. Let's wait for him. so a little bit of delay would be there. And in the meanwhile, I would like to request Rajan Chatterjee sir, Additional Director, Academic CIIR, to say about emerging technologies and future trends and initiatives of Ennoble IP for international presence. Please, sir.
Am I audible now?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
I'm audible. So would it be okay for me to start?
Yes, please, sir.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Good morning to everybody. It was a very encouraging and enterprising start by Dr. Shweta, a very able leader. And well, she did emphasize on the new initiative that Ennoble IP would take and the launch happened today. So we are very excited. It's all about innovation, and innovation is the way forward. And intellectual property is very closely related to that. I will come to that, but then what I'm trying to do now is not behave like an expert, because I'm not an expert. I know there are experts who would be kind of taking sessions and conducting panels throughout the 2 days, today and tomorrow. So I would leave the specialized activities for them. What I'm trying to do here is do three things. I would talk about, and I'm hoping that I'm addressing a mixed group of, innovative researchers, professors, other stakeholders like students. So my address would have all kind of information. Some of them could be basic and repetitive to some of the experts, but bear me for that. I'm trying to set a stage for the conference by making everybody understand that innovation is the way forward, and research goes hand to hand with innovation. So, and then if you have to do good research, you need good institutions. So general education is also very important. So all of these are things which are interconnected. And that's what I'm trying to establish through my presentation. So I will try and share my screen. Hope that goes all right. Is the screen available to everybody?
Yes, sir. It's very much available.
Okay. Thank you. Right. Now, this is the launch which has happened today, and Dr. Shweta just briefly talked about that. I will touch upon that at the end of the presentation, but let me start off. We're talking about the higher education landscape in India, and there's been incredible growth in the universities and colleges sector in the last 2.5 decades, for the last 25 years to be more precise. And this graphic will give you some idea. We had roughly about 250 universities in 2000, 2001 by the turn of the century, which has gone up to about 1,200. Now, I might be wrong with these figures because we are adding more than one university every day in India nowadays, and more than about 10, 11 colleges every day in India. Now, these are mind-boggling figures, but that's exactly what we are doing in India at the moment. And this is happening across different kind of institutions, be it mostly in the private sector, so state private universities and deemed universities. That's where the explosion is happening. But great opportunities for higher education in India at the moment. But what we have to look into is something which is a little worrisome, which is called the gross enrollment ratio, or the GER, in higher education in India. Now, that stands at about 28% at the moment. Now, that's after a lot of endeavor in the last 1 decade or 2 decades, I would say, where we have come up from somewhere around 12-13%, so to about 28.4% presently. Now, that's not very encouraging for a country like India. It has a great, huge demographic dividends of young people, and all these young people will have to get exposure to higher education, because you never know who would do better. Somebody who is working in the fields today might have a better idea, and as long as we don't include them, make our higher education more inclusive, we don't really stand a chance. So that's where we need to improve. The government of India, or rather the higher education, the education department, has very aggressive targets in mind. Now, we thought about reaching 50% by 2030, which seems improbable now. So we've shifted the goalpost a little bit, and we have to reach 50% GER. Hope everybody is understanding this, because at the moment, 1 out of 4 eligible students, by eligible I mean somebody in the age group of 18 to 23, are joining higher education at the moment. 1 out of 4, roughly. We want to increase that to 2 out of 4, so half of the eligible students who have passed out high school, I'd say, the 10+2 levels, moving into higher education, undergraduate courses or other diploma and certificate programs. So that's what we have to achieve, a very aggressive target. But I think if we don't catch this bus, we're going to miss a lot of things in the next 10 years. The next 10 or 15 or 20 year actually belongs to India. And we have to make the most of our demographic dividends and make sure that a young force is in the right track. This is a huge challenge in higher education, not only in India, but everywhere in the world. Where do we get the facilitators, or rather the faculty, who would actually drive this whole innovation journey? Now, what's the situation now? This is where we stand. And as you see, the state private universities and the central universities are doing fairly well in terms of engaging good faculty. The state public universities are lagging behind, so they are in the red. But then, yes, there has been improvement, and a lot of good quality faculty are getting into the higher education landscape in India, which is a great thing to happen. But we still have to do a lot of catching up. This figures includes all kind of people like lecturers, assistant professors, readers, associate professors, professors or equivalent, demonstrators, tutors, temporary teachers, and visiting teachers. Don't go by the figures. The figures keep changing in India every other day. These are just indicative, and this will give you a sense of where higher education of India stands today and what's the future for that.
I think the presentation is stuck. Can you please show us the figures?
Presentation is stuck?
Yeah. I think so you have to start the presentation in presentation mode.
1 second.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Okay. So if I'm moving into slideshow, is nothing coming? Can you help me with this?
It is not coming. Now it is coming.
Is it coming now?
Yes. Now we are able to see the gross enrollment ratio in higher education in India.
Okay. And will you tell me whether the presentation is moving? Are you seeing the progress in the slides? No. So do you see the second slide now? The faculty enrollment?
No. Okay. Not yet.
Okay, so it seems like there is a lag. So
Yes.
shall I, in that case,
Yes, now it is fine.
go by this then, right?
Yes, right.
Okay. All right. I will go by this for technical reasons, and
Mhm.
bear with me with this. So faculty
Thank you
enrollments
so much.
in India. Now it's okay?
Yes, it's okay. Thank you.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Now, so as I said, with faculty enrollments, everything is now being reshaped, I would say, through the national education policy. All of you must be aware that the NEP 2020 came out almost after 34 years of nothing much happening. And then there was a deadline of 2025 for implementation. We are shifting the goalpost because India is a complicated country. It has a state federal system, so there are lots of dynamics. And but then we are on the right track because the NEP is to transform the higher education landscape, and the focus. Please emphasize on these things like multidisciplinary, inclusive, and technology-based learning outcomes. That's what the NEP focuses on. So it's going to be more holistic in nature. It will include everybody. It's going to be cross-discipline, and technology has a real role to play in terms of learning. And if we do all of these things well, then the GER is going to touch 50% by 2035. What are the key areas of focus? The key areas of focus are going to be multidisciplinary and holistic curriculum development, which has to go up to international standards, research outputs and funding, which is very important, academia industry collaboration. That's a huge worry area at the moment, but we need to develop on that, and internationalization or globalization of our institutions. The University Grants Commission obviously plays a big role in this, and they already do a lot in research. So they play a crucial role in promoting and coordinating research in higher education. And they're mandated with determining and maintaining standards of research, providing financial support through grants, and fostering research initiatives across various disciplines. How they do it, they have a very defined structure for that. They set standards and monitor research through defining research standards, monitoring and evaluating research outputs. They provide financial support through grants and fellowships, special assistance programs, the SAPs, and scholarships and fellowships. They also foster research initiative. They promote interdisciplinary research, support research infrastructures, encourage research collaborations. They also promote open access and knowledge dissemination through open access initiatives, supporting open access journals and repositories, National Library and Information Services infrastructure, the NLIST. Let's move into global research now. And how does the Indian higher education institutions shape up in terms of global research? India's contribution to global research publication has seen significant rise in the last decade or so. So we have increased from 3.5% in 2017 to 5.2% in 2024. The IITs are the lead research institutions. Some of the other contributors are institutions like the IISc. And then obviously, as you see, IITs do about 24% of the total publications through their 16 institutions. The deemed universities, they do exceedingly well. They contribute almost similar, 23.5% of the total publications. So great going with deemed universities. They're private central universities, as you know. India also made strong investments in the higher education sector. They dedicated about 1.57% of its GDP towards tertiary education in 2021. Unfortunately, that figure has come down a little bit now, but I think we have to improve on our GDP, percentage of GDP spending in higher education. And that is what the government of India intends to do. There are definitely challenges in higher education and research. and it's very critical that India does research, and but it faces significant challenges. While India is trying to boost a large higher education system, issues like poor research output, lack of funding, outdated curricula, and inadequate industry collaboration hinder its potential. These are the challenges that we face, and stakeholders like us will have to play a big role. So it's not. It is important that you do research yourself, but can you influence others to do research also? So you should have that mindset, that critical aptitude to do more and more research, think innovatively, and create something which is very unique for India and the globe. Challenges, again, repetitive, but this has to get into our thought process, because if we are not aware of the challenges, how do we overcome them? We have low research output. We need to improve on funding, not necessarily just government funding, but funding coming from private players and stakeholders like the corporates, the startups. They need to innovate, and to innovate, they need research outputs, data-related research output, and that's where institutions come into play. So there has to be a lot of hand-holding between institutions, academia, and the industry. Inadequate industry collaborations, limited access and affordability, making it inclusive is very, very difficult. In big cities, maybe there's research happening, but is it happening at the ground level in tier 2, tier 3 cities where institutions might be struggling with research? So this is where we have to put our focus on. Low quality of education, generally speaking, and a lot of brain drain. So people who are capable, are they spending their time in research labs in India? Or are they moving out and doing great research? Figures, if you talk about research happening in the US, 35 to 40% of the research input is given by Indians there, right? That's unfortunate, because maybe they don't get the right ecosystem here, and they go abroad and contribute to research abroad. So these are things that we have to address. The NEP obviously will try to sort out and create opportunities and potentials out of all this. And it is going to be done through digital education, because that's where we need to leverage technology for online learning, smart classrooms, innovative teaching methods, and accessibility, engagement, and immersion in education will happen through that. A lot of research investment increases needs to be done, the government, and as I specified earlier, the private sector will have to play a big role. And when I say private sector, it's obviously not just big corporates, but even the SMEs, the startups. They will have to come forward, create research opportunities, and then allow these researchers to innovate and create a product or a service which will serve the industry. That's how the things would work out in India. And to make all of these feasible, I think the government has a big role to play in terms of regulating and reforming. They had to create an environment, an ecosystem where all these things are encouraged and collaborations can happen. So it should be a smooth passage given to the innovators and researchers so that they can contribute to the growth process in India. Global partnerships, as I mentioned, is a great way to move forward, because institutions who could be peer institutions to our great institutions in India can help in global research through collaborations with international institutions, which will then facilitate knowledge sharing, research quality, and attracting foreign investments also. There are great foreign investments coming from institutions like the UKRI, the British Council in the UK. There are Erasmus funds and DADS funds available through the European institutions. And UCFE offers great opportunities from the US, just to name a few. But there are plenty of research collaboration funds available, which we should access as institutions. A little bit of work is already happening in this sector, but it requires a lot of improvement. There should be focus on pedagogy, the pedagogical skills, emphasizing teaching skills and preparing faculty to become effective mentors. And believe me, this is very, very important. The role of a faculty has really changed in the last 10, 15 years. You know, you are not really teachers anymore, you're facilitators. And when you go, you inspire. So you go into a classroom or even outside the classroom, your role is to inspire and make sure that they are on the right track of learning. And it has to be outcome driven. So their critical thinking will have to be really, really high so that they constantly think about doing something new and contributing to the growth story of India and the globe. And that's the mindset that you have to ignite in students and researchers, young researchers, so that they tend to start thinking in a different way. You know, not traditional education, because nowadays everything is available, information is available, but that's not enough. It's not about memorizing things, but it's about conceptualizing and making sure that you use that then again to innovate and come up with something very new. Improving the infrastructure, obviously the government has to play a big role in this, but then the private sector also plays a big role, and that's where you see so many private state universities and deemed universities coming into play. This is where the real growth story is happening. Where do we stand in terms of research spending? As I said, by 2021, we were doing right. I think the funding has come down a little bit, but you can see the kind of research and development happening across the globe. And Israel, South Korea, the US spending about 4 to 6% of their GDP into research and development. I think we have to go there. We have to go to at least about 2%, and that's what the target is. But we haven't achieved that yet, so a long way to go for us in India. How is global research doing? I would say quite good in terms of global research against all odds. Global research and development has grown close to $3 trillion in 2023. That's pretty good. US does a lot of good research and spends a lot on research and development. In US only, they have spent about 760 billion PPP. Hope you understand what's purchasing power parity. 760 billion USD, which is massive. You know, we as a country should try and achieve something very similar. How do we do with publications? Globally speaking, we do pretty well, as you see figures here. Scopus, 2020 figures will change a little bit, but they're indicative figures. China, US, and UK are right on the top in terms of contribution to publications on Scopus database. We do pretty well, and but then look at the per million population figure with the demographic dividends, the kind of demographic dividends we enjoy at the moment. The next 10 or 15 years should be our time. We should be right on the top in terms of publications, which is an indication of how healthy the research landscape is in the country. So we really need to improve on that. This is another table which gives you some idea. This is about scientific journals, and most of you, the stakeholders today in the conference, would be aware of this scenario. Where do we stand today? We are 9th on the list in terms of contributing to articles published in scientific journals. And this is Nature Index 2024. You can do research on that to find out more. How do we do? We're 9th, but our figures don't look good. So just 17 per 10 million people, that's very, very low. So though there's a huge development in terms of research in India. And there's a push for that with the new NEP coming into play and the initiatives changing. But then there's a long way to go. 17 publications in scientific journals per 10 million people is simply not the way to go. So we need to really, pull up our socks in that area. The future of research, where is the maximum research going to happen and where the focus should be? The global trends say it's going to be in with AI, open access, micro publications, and interdisciplinary collaboration becoming more prevalent. Researchers will have to adapt now to these changes while maintaining ethical standards and a commitment to societal impact. Impact is a very important word. You might be doing academic research and enhancing a certain knowledge, but is that contributing or impacting the society? That's where you have to focus more and more now. Big data, by 2025, big data will transform both scientific discovery and research administration. So that's the big thing happening right now in the whole world. And cross-discipline research, as I keep repeating, is the way to go forward because things are very global nowadays. So, and it has to be cross-discipline because it has to be inclusive. And that's where the maximum, the breakthroughs will happen in the next 6 to 7 years time till we hit 2030. So 2030 is a big buzzword in the research innovation area at the moment. A lot of things will have to fall in place by 2030. And if that doesn't happen, the globe is not on the right track. The future of energy research specifically, the global trends indicate a significant increase in renewable energy, and the electricity demand is really on the rise. And renewables saw notable growth in power generation, with solar and wind becoming major contributors. And, these are the enabling factors. The renewable power generation is on the rise with wind and power. China playing a big role in that, a major player in renewable now, installing as much renewable capacity in 2023 as the entire world did in 2022. So we have to do catch up, right? But there's a huge potential there and we are on the right track. But we just have to fast forward things right at the moment. And stakeholders like us will have to contribute to that through individually and by creating that kind of a platform for new people who are joining these areas of research and innovation. Renewable energy now accounts for a significant portion of global electricity generation, reaching 30% globally. Investments in renewable energy and enabling technologies, particularly solar PV and batteries, have surged. The global renewable power sector experienced a 54% increase in capacity additions in 2023. So renewables is definitely the way to go. The electricity demand is huge for the globe at the moment. There's a huge demand for electricity, and the more we produce, the better it is. But like you see, the demand for electricity in the power sector rose almost twice as fast as wider energy demand. So, AI will have to contribute in a big way. The data center requires huge energy. So there's a lot of demand, and we have to create the supply in clean energy and green energy. These are the buzzwords nowadays. How is the weather and the carbon emission area? The record high temperatures due to global warming significantly increased the energy demand in 2024, particularly for natural gas and electricity. The global CO2, the carbon emission from the energy sector, continued to increase, but at a slower rate compared to 2023. The rapid adoption of clean energy technologies is limiting emissions growth, so that's a good thing, avoiding billions of tons of CO2 emission. CO2 emission in advanced economies have fallen, while emission growth in emerging and developing economies, where we fall, excluding China, has been in the main driver of the increase. So we have to do a lot of catch up. It's quite understandable. So the benchmark is already set by countries like China. So we have to not necessarily follow, but actually better them through innovation in terms of growth, research, innovation, managing carbon emissions, and all of that. Energy efficiency progress has accelerated, but had suddenly slowed down, and it has to do with the geopolitics in the last 2-3 years. So that has pushed things a little back. Efforts to reach net zero emission requires doubling the pace of energy efficiency improvement. So a lot of catch up to be done. Renewable energy and energy efficiency are key to decarbonizing the energy sector and achieving global climate goals. This is the future of the global energy, specific to our conference, I would say. How is the global energy future looking? It's looking for renewables, which has accounted already for the largest share of the growth in total energy supply, 38%, followed by natural gas, coal, oil, and nuclear. This has to now move and hit about 50% renewables in very quick time. To achieve that, the energy intensity progress will have to be doubled or tripled or quadrupled, depending on which country you believe you are in. So the energy crisis saw energy intensity progress in 2022 accelerate to 2%, doubling the global pace of energy efficiency, so hitting about 4% per year on average this decade is what the effort towards net zero emission is. So the globe has taken 2030 as a target for net zero. Our target is very different. I'll come to that. However, the worry is that since 2022, and we know reasons for that, primary reason being the various geopolitical situations in which has affected the energy balance across the globe, the progress has been halved to 1% again. So real worry areas here, but all of us will have to come up with innovative ideas to take this 1% to 4%, maybe in 1 year or 2 years' time. Quite challenging, but we have to do it if we have to save the world. A lot of emphasis on clean energy, and that's where we have to look forward. The world is looking at getting renewable energy sources led by wind and solar and hit about 50% or more of electricity generated in 2050. So that's the global target. The global energy demand is on the rise, rising by 2.2% last year, lower than the GDP growth of 3.2%, but considerably faster than the average annual demand increase of 1.3% between 2013 and 2023. So not doing too badly, but there is room for improvement on that. The world's electricity consumption is forecast to rise at its fastest pace in the recent years, and that's going to remain till about 2027, growing at close to 4% annually. So we can understand that there is a lot of energy requirement, and we have to really innovate to make sure that that gap is fulfilled. Since 2010, the largest growth in renewable electricity has been driven by solar and wind, variable renewals, which reached 11.7% of the global electricity mix in 2022, with a growth of 18.2% from 2021. So this kind of exponential growth is what is required now to hit the targets by about 2025. The idea is to use wind and solar power and renewables expected to overtake coal by 2025, and that's the world's target. Now, the world has that target. India has a different target altogether, but this is a global target that the globe has in mind. There are several countries who have already achieved nearly 100% renewable energy generation. And these are smaller countries, so it's probably easier for them to achieve that. They include countries like Albania, Bhutan, Nepal, Paraguay, Iceland, Ethiopia, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo. They have almost 100% renewable energy generation. So that's where we need to move. How have they achieved that? They rely heavily on hydropower and geothermal sources, among other renewable energy technologies, to power their electricity grids. Carbon emission, a thing that you have to keep in mind, and that's becoming more and more important with every passing day. China is a huge contributor to the CO2 emissions. 2023, they accounted for almost 31% of the total global emissions. The world's top 4 largest polluters were responsible for roughly 60% of the global pollution in 2023. Although China currently emits the highest level of CO2 annually, it has emitted far less than the US over the past 3 centuries. So the biggest contributor has been the US over the past. They have since kind of pulled the shackles and kind of producing more greener and cleaner energy. But since 1750, when we have started measuring the emission, the US has produced more than 430 billion metric ton of cumulative CO2 emissions. So these are mind-boggling figures, and we have to be conscious of this while we create or innovate. You can innovate something which might be great, but if it's not contributing to the reduction of the carbon emission, then you are not on the right track, and those products or services will obviously not be marketable, or you can't commercialize that. So this is an important factor which one will have to keep in mind. The global CO2 emission have increased dramatically since the birth of the Industrial Revolution, and in 2023 has reached a record high. So that's again a worry, where how do you manage or balance between your revolution in the industry and the carbon emission? Now, they are conflicting, but how do you make them complementary is where the challenge is. These are some figures from the World Economic Forum, the WEF, on Global Energy Transition Index. And this tracks the progress and preparedness of selected nations across the world to build an equitable, secure, and sustainable energy future. If you look in the 2024 Global Energy Transition Index, the top countries are Sweden, who has topped, followed by Denmark, Finland, Switzerland, and France, all European countries who are right at the top in terms of global energy transition. Cheap and green energy is where we are moving into. Out of all energy resources, the green power, the solar, wind, biomass, and geothermal are the cleanest forms of energy. India ranks 3rd globally in solar power. So that's a huge thumbs up for India in the solar power area. India has recently surpassed Japan to become the world's 3rd largest producer of solar energy, producing 113 billion units, exceeding Japan's 110 billion units. So great going. This growth puts India behind only China and the US in terms of solar power generation. But there is huge potential, especially for so much sun available right across the year, and the inclination at which the sun hits most of the parts in India. These are great factors which should contribute to more solar power capacity in India. India also ranks 5th in the world for installed solar power capacity. This has to improve. We need to install more and more solar power capacity in India. The future of energy is obviously net zero. Where do we stand in terms of net zero carbon emission? India, the fastest growing large economy, is advancing its energy transition with a goal to achieve net zero by 2070. So, we have set a set a longer goal because it's pretty complicated in India, and we are making very small progress towards that. But by 2070, we have to hit net zero. Most of the developed countries have a target of 2030. They have recently shifted their goalposts a little bit, making it 2032, 2035, depending on the countries. But then, yes, we want to achieve this by 2070 and also meet the 50% electricity needs from non-fossil sources by 2030. Solar is making great progress, as I said earlier, but then others will have to contribute, and solar will have to improve by leaps and bounds to make sure that we do well in terms of net zero targets. India does have a strategy. There's a very clear strategy in mind, which also includes generation of 500 gigawatt of renewable energy capacity by 2030 and a 50% reliance on non-fossil fuel by 2030 so that we achieve the net zero emission target of 2070. The strategy involves diversifying energy sources, promoting domestic production of oil and gas, expanding renewables, and investing in technologies like green hydrogen. You can see all of this happening, but is the pace all right? Is it enough innovating? That's the question, and that is the question that we should be addressing. Where do we stand in terms of innovation? That's the sensitive area, and that is what I'm entering now. In terms of innovation, in the Global Index of Innovation, 2024, India ranks 39th among 133 economies featured in the Global Innovation Index 2024. That's not great, but it's not bad either. But if you look at the lower middle income group economies and the 10 economies in Central and Southern Asia, India is number one in that. So regionally, we're doing great. Globally, we have a catch up to do. The more worrying part here is what is coming below there, where it says, though we are 39th in the Global Innovation Index, we just rank 86th in academia, industry, research, and development, which is actually down from 23rd in 2019. That's a major, major red flag for Indian higher education and industry and at present. We have to really pull our socks in this area and make sure that the academia and the industry go hand to hand. Most of the research happening in Western countries or where research is very dominant is actually happening between institutions and industry. And that's where we are lagging. We do research, but is it interlinked with industry? If you do research and innovate, is it then percolating down to an industry who would shape that into a product or a service? And is the society benefiting out of that? That's the bottom line, and that is where we have to do a lot of catch up. The higher education sector, the UGC, mandated to encourage intellectual property. So there is the right ground which is already created. They give intellectual property awards. They encourage collaboration with industry. They have done amendments to PhD regulations to encourage research. Information and guidance is available from them. They also help in establishing research and development cells in institutions, and they facilitate transfer of technology. So all of this support is available from the UGC or the higher education sector. Please make use of this, make optimum use of this, apart from funding and other support coming from the private parties. But then make optimum use. There have been situations where these funds and these encouragements have not been used by institutions, especially with public institutions, and private institutions do a great job with this. And that's why you see so much of research and innovation happening with state-private universities and deemed universities in India. So that's the real situation at the moment. I would come to the last 2-3 slides now, not take much more time, but then this is about our new program, which has been launched by our CEO, Dr. Shweta, today morning, the Innostan, which is a great thing, something very unique happening for the first time in India, which will empower India's academic and innovation ecosystem through IP literacy, policy advocacy, grassroots innovation leadership. As I said, it's going to be a journey, and it's going to be a journey with all the stakeholders coming into play. So it's not only just the faculty, the students, the young researchers, the administrators of institutions, coupled with the startups, the SME, will have to come together hand in hand. And so the demand will have to come from the industry, and relevant research will have to happen in institutions so that innovation then has the right kind of impact in terms of progress. It's going to be an innovative IPR and innovation roadshow for higher education institutions particularly, but it will also kind of involve startups and SMEs so that, the circle is closed, because without that, the circle is not closed. How do we do it? These are the sort of program highlights, but I will just run through this. We do workshops, we do seminars, we do panels, hands-on sessions, networking, and innovation showcase. So we're trying to set a platform where we encourage and we make people understand, people like all the stakeholders, that innovation and IP is the way forward. The more you innovate, the more you make an impact. And for that, critical thinking is very important, and inclination to research and innovate. So you need to generate a culture of innovation in India. Culturally, Indians are a little reluctant to get into this road. And, facilitators and mentors like us, faculty and institution heads, and they will have to play a big role in pushing them into this area. And once they get into this area, they will feel very confident about innovating. And that has to come right from the beginning. So the moment they get into an undergrad program, the culture, the ecosystem should be so that it actually encourages them to ask questions, come up with new ideas, and then innovate and do the IP and commercialization to close the whole cycle. I think I'll end there. I took some time, but I think I hope that I'm able to create I will just stop the sharing and
Thank you so much.
I would stop there, and I'm hoping that Dr. Raj is now available.
Yes. Thank you so much for your inspirational words, sir.
Thank you.
So now I will like to request Professor Raj Singh, sir, our chief patron and chief guest of this conference, to deliver the keynote address of the conference. Raj, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Nishat, Dr. Shweta, Dr. Mehra Sahab, Dr. Surya Prakash, and of course, Dr. Rajan Chatterjee. I have heard your lecture, very, very elaborate, and I think the agenda has been set for the conference. Thank you so much for having me, and congratulations for organizing this conference on a very contemporary topic. Let me start with something what Dr. Chatterjee highlighted many times during his address, and that is intentionality of the system. If you look at the global level, sustainable development goals have given intentionality to the entire efforts which we put together, which means we have a target in front of us, and then we plan our activities according to that. At the national level, our alignment to SDGs and the target set, the strategy which was mentioned is in place. In the education, national education policy has done precisely the same thing, because till now, our outcomes were incidental. We start something which we do not know where we will achieve, and at the end of the period, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, we achieve something. Sometimes we may not achieve anything. But outcomes set, whether research or an academic program, make us intentional in our approach. So outcome-based education, according to me, is the nucleus of national education and policy, whether delivering some programs or even the research programs. If you look at historically in terms of energy, the first industrial revolution was characterized by, if I look at only the means of communication, source of energy, two parameters if you take, and they define all the revolutions till now, including the Industrial Revolution 4. The first industrial revolution was characterized by post and telegraph as the means of communication and steam as the source of energy. I'm sure people of my generation have seen those steam engines created a lot of pollution. And then second industrial revolution is characterized by fossil fuels, the petroleum products, and telephone as the means of communication. And again, in telephone, we have seen the evolution. If you go back to 1970s and 80s, we used to have those point-to-point telephone connections where you rotate one handle and then you shout at the top of your voice. The connectivity was very, very poor. The third industrial revolution characterized by internet as the means of communication and renewable energy, or the green energy you call it, as the source of energy. If you look at Sir Jeremy Rifkin, who talked about third industrial revolution in details, he talked about how every household can generate green energy and also become storage of this through hydrogen technology. And then he further elaborated that the Gandhian concept of development could really be realized through third industrial revolution, wherein we take the development to the countryside. And that's the real parameter of how developed a nation or a society is. And that is possible through third industrial revolution. This was intensified further through advent of, let's say, wireless technology. So reaching the countryside through wire connectivity is very, very difficult, sometimes becomes financially unviable. But wireless technology really helped us reach to the nook and corner of the country. Of course, the right kind of connectivity, the bandwidth still remains issue in some parts of the country and the world. But I think every progressive advancement is taking us closer to where we are. The fourth industrial revolution, which is the most recent, brings in not as per the source of energy and means of communication. I think it cuts across. Fourth industrial revolution, as a layman, I would say, is the convergence of physical, digital, and biological worlds. And as the name suggests, it talks truly about a multidisciplinary approach in whatever we do. And multidisciplinary approach, further extended to interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary approach, makes us move from pure academic research to innovation and then solving the problems of real world. And unless we solve the real problems of the world, innovation is of no use. If I look at the innovation loop, which we talk about in academics, this was authenticated by somebody whom I admire a lot, Dr. R.A. Mashilkar Sahab, who is one of the greatest scientists in this country. He said, research converts data and information into knowledge, and in the process consumes resources and keeps on consuming. There's no end to it. And every time we complain that resources are not there, and particularly in Indian context where majority of the funding comes from government departments and agencies, very less compared to Western world comes from industry, is another matter of concern, because industry somehow feels that we cannot deliver relevant innovations which are relevant to industry, which can help them solve the problems. And therefore, most of the innovation is coming from the government departments which promote research, which are trying to create an ecosystem. But nonetheless, in last 10 to 15 years, we have moved maybe from 30% to 20% or maybe 40% to 30% in terms of industry funding, where the main issue remains that we do not deliver the outcomes. Industry says we don't mind failure of a particular project. We don't mind funding it. Provide there's accountability, there's honesty, there's integrity. I think that's another issue which will bridge the gap between industry and academia, where this mutual trust and faith is developed. Now, in recent times, another thing which we need to take care of is the demand on innovation system of the country. Particularly post-COVID, there's been a demand on the innovation system of the country which is unparalleled, unprecedented. For example, during the COVID, people said to the scientists and engineers that please deliver the COVID vaccine. And the scientists delivered it in record time. Now, it doesn't mean that they're satisfied with this. They say, you now forecast the diseases and deliver solution in advance. That's the kind of system on pressure on innovation system which is there. Now, India, right or wrong, we emphasize on research being undertaken by certain types of research agencies like CSIR, DRDO. Most of the fundings went to research laboratories. And initially, at least before 10 years, academic institutions were not really expected or not really held responsible for contributing to the research and innovation. It's only in the recent times the focus has shifted to academic institution. But I must make a statement that no country can respond sufficiently to the needs unless the universities are a part of the innovation system. Now, within the university, professors alone cannot do much. Unless every student at every level is involved into research and innovation, we cannot contribute much. And national education policy has precisely done that. It says that initiate students into research and innovation right from the time they enter the university complex, irrespective of UG, PG, or postdoctoral or doctoral programs. This is one remarkable change, welcome change, and that further puts pressure on all of us as teachers and researchers that how do we make systems and processes where every student, every faculty is able to contribute to the innovation system. Yeah. And that's where the role of pedagogy and andragogy comes in. Research has to be part of teaching learning process right from the undergraduate level. And this is what the national education policy has done. They said not only do this, but also extend research to innovation entrepreneurship. Unless the research is of any use to the society, we can continue doing it. It won't solve the problems and we will be lagging behind this. So I think we are at a time when, according to me, this is the most exciting time in the higher education in the country, where we have freedom, we have the flexibility, we have the enabling environment, wherein as teachers we can design very innovative pathways and combinations and specializations and teaching learning methods. Research is a very, very profound method of teaching learning for the students. And once we orient them into this, innovation is the byproduct of this. Entrepreneurship is the byproduct of this. You compare with other countries, a lot of data was thrown by Dr. Chatterjee. I think this puts us in a comparable situation. But the good news is that we made tremendous progress. And if we are implementing national education policy in real spirit of it, I think there's nothing which can stop us from being among the leaders in research and innovation in the world. We have progressed a lot in the last 8-10 years, and the progress is continuing. I'm sure if we all come together as researchers and teachers along with the students and contribute to the research output of the country, we'll be able to achieve the target set not only by 2030, some of them even much before that. Even though some will take more time, but many of them, if you look at the review of 2023, midterm review of SDGs, there have been 3 categories. One where we have achieved more than target, we're almost about to reach there. There are some which are on track, and there are some which may take many, many more decades to reach there. I think those are the areas of concern. One simple thing I can suggest to each one of you who is connected here, particularly teachers and researchers, any activity in academic institutions, whether universities or other institutions, can you intentionally link everything to which SDG this particular topic or research will contribute to? So, for example, every PhD topic you select for your scholars, ensure that 1 or 2 SDGs are addressed to this. And all the SDGs are interlinked. There's nothing which is independent. Any new program, any new courses launched, any paper written, any patent filed, can you intentionally link them with 1 or more of the Sustainable Development Goals of United Nations? And once that happens, every energy, every effort, every resource gets channelized, and we move in the direction of where we want to be. So I think that approach is already happening in the universities. Some of them are very much ahead in implementation of national education policy. Some are struggling. Some are not convinced. So we have all kind of institutions, particularly which are not multidisciplinary. They're reluctant to get into that mode. And unless we get into the interdisciplinary mode, the canvas doesn't expand. Once the canvas expands through giving more opportunities to learn to the students, innovation is bound to happen. So I think it's the ecosystem we should emphasize more on and set the outcomes in clear-cut, measurable terms and move towards that. So I think that's the approach which is required. I'm sure this international conference will generate many, many more ideas from researchers and speakers who are eminent people, and they have long experience. They have experience of policy making, creating the ecosystem. I'm sure the outcomes of this conference will be very, very profound, and everybody will feel enriched and stand to gain much more than where we stand today. Once again, I thank Dr. Shweta and the team, Dr. Rudra, for having me this morning and for conceptualizing this concept. I can see Dr. Asha Rajiv also, who has been working with Dr. Rudra to conceptualize and to ideate this conference. So I think as a teamwork, it has been phenomenal work for last many, many months. And finally, the day has come where this conference has been put together. A lot of efforts have gone. Thank you so much, everybody, for those efforts, and congratulations for putting this together. Thank you, and God bless each one of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So now I will request Professor R.M. Mehra, Advisor, CIIR, to address the gathering. Please, Professor Mehra.
Oh, yeah. Good morning, everyone,
Good morning, sir.
and we are grateful to our CEO, Dr. Shweta Singh, for organizing a conference, an international conference on innovative, the future energy, innovation, future energy. And this particular topic, is to be remain lifelong, because energy, everyone in the society all over the world, energy is required everywhere, whether it is household or industrial, energy is always required. And because of the increase of population, increase of industrial requirement, household requirement, the energy requirement will always increase. So this conference, the theme of this conference on energy, I think it is very, very important for whole of the community, whole of the world. We are very grateful to our chief guest, Professor Dr. Raj Singh, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Jain University. I have heard, and we have heard Professor Raj in EIP itself earlier also. And he is so clear about the UGC policy, NEP, and he has driven his university to very, very high international standards. NAC is just a grading, or NBA is a grading, but the fact is that he has made all his faculty member and staff aware of doing things in the right manner and in the efficient manner. We are grateful, sir, that you are again with us, and we hope that you will be with us always, in all time to come. I have heard very carefully Rajanji, and he has given a very, very informative presentation, PowerPoint presentation with details which many of us, even myself, many of us and myself didn't knew few things which were presented in his presentation. Thank you very much, and I'm sure that EIP is gaining a lot with your presence in EIP, and this will be this you will continue guiding us all the time to come. In one of his slide, I just want to comment that it looks good that we are third in generation of solar energy, and we have surpassed the production of energy, electrical energy, Japan. It looks nice, अच्छा लगता है सुनने में भी लिखने में भी. But what I say that if you look at the global map, Japan is a dot with very little population as compared to the surface area, the number of the population in India. And so India has to go much, much longer to provide energy to all the people, solar energy. We have places where there is still no electricity. We have places even in cities, we have where power cut is for 12 hours or so. And mobile is not working, and what about TV and other things? So it does look nice to compare like this, but I think it is incorrect. It is not correct, incorrect. Thirdly, other comment which I like to say that any developed countries, the measurement is not the how much power is produced, how much electrical power is produced. The measurement is, the scale is that how much electrical power is consumed, and per person, So on an average in a day. So that way Japan is at the top. Even he has surpassed United States and other developed European countries. United States is very, very large, and although solar energy production is large, but if you compare the power consumed by individuals or a society, Japan comes at the top. And now coming to CIIR, Council of Innovative Industrial Research. Again, I appreciate and thankful to our CEO, Dr. Shweta Singh, that he has this vision that extending or adding a research unit to EIP. EIP is a very, very big company as part of patents and publications and theses and helping the universities, colleges, institutes for their development. So it's very, very large unit, a large company. But then, Shwetaji has a vision that EIP should also enter into research, and research community all over the world should also know about the research contribution, advanced research contribution of EIP, and that she has, with her guidance, we have created, myself, Dr. Surya, Neerja, and Rudraji, and Ayush. We 4 or 5 people, we concentrated on our ideas, and we have developed a CIR lab. A lot of money Shwetaji has given for this research unit. We have established the unit. We have the equipment, and I'm grateful, thankful to Suryaji and Neerjaji that with their expertise, they have developed a facial biotic cream. And client's report is there, enable report is there, and Shwetaji is now looking after the company who will produce the knowledge transfer to produce the product. So this is very great achievement for the this venture we started in sometime in September or August 2021. So it is only 4 years, less than 4 years, 3.5 years or so. And in these 3.5 years, we have reached to these heights. Once the product comes, its name will be declared by Honorable CEO Dr. Shweta Singh, and I think we will move a step further. And CIR has also been organizing conferences, several conferences, national, international, and this is another international conference. And it is this is a continuous process. Another point which I like to mention is that we have started a journal also, and this journal is cited in many citations are there, and unfortunately, I think people who are on the dais, who are with us on this virtual mode meeting, that they will agree that the withdrawal of UGC, care certification for the journals, all of a sudden, in the last 3-4 months, UGC has withdrawn the UGC care journals, and so that I think I may be wrong, but I think that it has hampered the research progress. It is very difficult to publish research papers in Scopus or Web of Science or other sites, and comparatively, it was easier, I should say, to publish in UGC care journals, and that has hampered the research of the research scholars, researchers in institutes, colleges, and it becomes many times for those who are publishing journals, it becomes many times difficult to get good research work. So, but here I will add that we have qualified for to be recognized by Scopus, and we have submitted our application, a long online form. We have submitted to Scopus. It may take, as per their notification, it may take about, but we have done it successfully with so many questions, and a very big. So we have everywhere we found yes, okay, and finally we have submitted our journal details to the IJMIR journal detail to Scopus, and we are hopeful that we will, since I feel everything was right, so I feel that Scopus will accept our journal. So, organizing conferences, publishing journal, which I'm sure my gut feeling is that we will be on Scopus, though we have already on 8 sites, but we will be on Scopus, and that will increase the standard of our journal which we are publishing. Another 2 more journals we are on list of Scopus journals. So with this, I thank every one of you, and hope and wish and request that your support, your most valuable support, will always with us. And I appreciate our CEO, wholeheartedly. I appreciate the presentation by Rajanji and the effort, the whole, it is not one man job. And I repeat that uh, uh, Dr. Surya Prakash and Dr. Neerja, they are the backbone, pillars of CIR. So with this, I thank you all and namaskar to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. With that, I will like to now request Professor Asha Rajiv, Director, School of Sciences and IQAC, Jain University, to summarize the vision and scope of ICIFE 2025. Please, ma'am.
Namaskar, madam. Namaskar.
Good afternoon to everyone present over here. Our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Raj Singh, Rajan Chatterjee, Dr. R.M. Mehra ji, Dr. Shweta Singh. Shweta Singh, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay. Dr. Shweta Singh and her team from the IP cell of Jain deemed to be university, who are in sync with the IQAC of Jain University, as well as the collaborators from the Council of Industrial Innovation and Research. Being the last speaker, I've been left with a little scope because almost all the speakers have spoken what exactly I had to say today. So, but still, I would like to put across certain things, and I would also like to thank Dr. Surya Prakash and Dr. Suhas Belal for putting in all the efforts for organizing this international conference. So it is both an honor and a privilege to address this gathering at today's forum on innovating the future of energy, that is advances in nanotechnology and natural sciences. I extend my sincere gratitude once again to the Council of Industrial Innovation and Research for their collaboration and commitment to advancing the scientific innovation. As we stand at the crossroads of the technological progress and environmental responsibility, the need for sustainable and efficient energy solutions has never been more urgent. Climate change, depleting fossil fuels, and the growing energy demands of an expanding global population compel us to reimagine how we generate, store, and consume energy. It has been very important now because as per the SDG goals, we have to think all our steps forward that how we are going to conserve, otherwise we will be into deep trouble. This is where the nanotechnology and the natural sciences come into play. From solar energy and hydrogen storage to the next generation batteries and energy efficient materials, cutting edge research is redefining what is possible. Scientists and engineers are unlocking the potential of materials at the nanoscale, enhancing efficiency, reducing waste, and creating cleaner alternatives to the traditional energy sources. That is where the faculty, researchers, and the young minds are coming together to pave research in such a way that we are going into more and more energy efficient devices and that is how many patents and research journals are coming up. We gather at a pivotal moment in history, a time when the demand for sustainable, efficient, and renewable energy sources is not just a significant scientific challenge, but a global imperative. The future of our planet hinges on the innovations we explore today. This seminar underscores the vital role of interdisciplinary research, where natural sciences provide the foundation and nanotechnology act as a catalyst for the transformation. From developing the high efficiency solar cell to creating the new materials for energy storage, and from reducing the carbon emission to harnessing the the alternative sources of energy, the contributions of nanosciences are both vast and visionary. Jain University has actually believed in pushing the boundaries. The internal quality assurance cell of Jain deemed to be university continues to uphold its commitment to academic excellence and quality enhancement by actively organizing national and international conferences across the diverse disciplines. These conferences serve as a dynamic platform for scholars, researchers, industry experts, and students to engage in knowledge exchange, present innovative research, and foster collaborations. We have actually tied up at Jain, we have tied up with various industries, and we always conduct the industry academia confab so as to bridge the gap between the academia and the industry. And NEP has come in handy so that we have actually changed our syllabus and curriculum in such a way that we are meeting the demands of the present and the future challenges which are there. So by hosting such scholarly events, the IQC also aims to promote a culture of continuous improvement, critical inquiry, and interdisciplinary dialogue in line with the university's vision to nurture creativity and innovation. This conference is meticulously designed to address the emerging trends, challenges, and opportunities within the various fields, thereby contributing to the holistic development of academia and industry. With this seminar, we hope to ignite the new ideas, foster the collaborations, and inspire the young minds to step forward with curiosity, courage, and commitment. Let us encourage dialogue between the researchers, policymakers, students, and industry leaders because real innovation happens at the intersection of the knowledge and application. In conclusion, I once again thank the Council of Industrial Innovation and Research for their invaluable support. Let this forum be a catalyst. It's not an end, it is a beginning for the groundbreaking ideas, new collaborations, a shared vision for the cleaner, smarter, and more resilient energy future. To our young researchers who have gathered here, I urge you to think boldly, question assumptions, and embrace the challenges ahead. The innovations we seek will not only shape the energy sector, but also determine the sustainability of our planet for future generations. Take the full advantage of the discussions and presentations. The future is being shaped by those who dare to imagine, and more importantly, by those who work relentlessly to realize the vision. In closing, I thank all of you for their support, all of those who are present over here for the support and partnership. Together, let us stride ahead towards a cleaner, smarter, and a more sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So now I request Dr. Surya Prakash Dwivedi to deliver a vote of thanks to all our guests of honors. Sir.
I was in the conference, this one address. That's why I have 15 people will be there. Only MSc.
I think there is a short delay due to some technical reasons.
Sorry for the interruption due to some technical error. Uh, it's my great pleasure to provide the extended vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing committee of this conference. First and foremost, I would like to express my warm gratitude to our chief guest, Professor Raj Singh Sir, Vice Chancellor of Jain University, for gracing this occasion and sharing his inspirational thoughts. Sir, your presence has indeed elevated the spirit of inaugural session. I extend my sincere thanks to Dr. Shweta Singh Ma'am, founder and CEO of Innobel IP and patron of this event, for her visionary leadership and opening address that set the tone for the day. My deep appreciation goes to Rajan Chatterjee sir from Innobel IP Noida for insightful remark and continued support. A special thanks to Professor R.M. Mehra sir, advisor CIIR, for his valuable insights and encouragements that continued to guide us. We are also grateful to Professor Asa Rajiv Ma'am, Director, School of Sciences and IQAC, for her kind words and motivating presence. I would like to thank all our distinguished guest faculty members, delegates, participants for joining us today and making this event a meaningful success. Last but not the least, I wish to thank our dedicated organizing team and ever supportive IT staff for work tirelessly behind the screen to ensure everything runs smoothly. Let us carry forward the enthusiasm and insights shared today into the coming session of the conference. Thank you all once again. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Now we will be starting with our technical session 1 after a short break of 20 minutes. So let's meet again after 20 minutes. Thank you so much, everyone. Stay tuned. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. We are delighted to welcome Dr. Tirthagiri Jayaraman Giri, currently serving as a research professor and Brain Pool Fellow in Department of Chemistry at Gyeongsang National University, South Korea, as our keynote speaker. Dr. Giri's cutting-edge research focuses on the development of advanced electrocatalysts for energy-efficient fuel production and value-added chemical synthesis. He has made remarkable contributions to the scientific community, with over 185 publications in high-impact international journals, 3 edited books for Elseviers and Royal Society of Chemistry, 11 book chapters and 4 patents to his credit. He actively contributes to the academic world as an editorial board member for Bioengineered and Science of Advanced Materials and as an associate editor for chemical papers. Dr. Giri's extensive scholarly work and his global engagements through numerous invited keynote and plenary talks make him a truly inspiring figure in the field of sustainable chemistry and energy research. Please join us to welcome Dr. Tirthagiri Jayaraman as he shares his research work with us today. Please, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your nice introduction. So, shall I share my slides? Can you audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. Okay, sorry. Can you visible my slides?
Yes, your slides are visible.
Okay. Is it visible to my slides? Slideshow is perfect.
Yes, slideshow is perfect.
Yeah. Thank you once again. So,
Most
thanks
welcome
for your nice introduction. Shall we start?
Yes, sure, please.
Yeah, okay. Myself, Dr. Tirthagiri Jayaraman, currently working as a research professor in the Department of Chemistry, Laser Photochemistry Laboratory, my lab name. So, in Gyeongsang National University, South Korea. So, I will share some of my research experience based on pulsed laser induced nanostructure for energy application, especially for the hydrogen production or ammonia production from the chemicals. That is what my today's focus of topic. So I am currently living in South Korea. especially in the southern part of Jinju, the city called as Jinju. It is in the southern part. So Seoul is the north part of South Korea. So you are all here in I think in Bangalore. If I'm sorry if I'm right, collaborate associated with the Jain University. So this is Gangsang National University overview. We have a 5 campus. It is a Gejua campus. I mean the main campus. It is located in the Jinju. So this is the aerial view, and our building is called as a BNET building. In the BNET building on the 7th floor, my office is 708 room number. So this is our lab corridors. So we run as a core facility center, since we have a huge number of facilities which I can show in the next slides. So we also run as a core facility center which is associated with our lab. So this is a beautiful overview. I mean, campus overview. This picture taken in our GNU campus, like Gangsang National University. Shortly, we call it as a GNU. So this is the autumn season, where the summer and winter, in between the season, we took this picture. And so you all welcome, most welcome to Jinju city. This is one of the famous city in South Korea. There is a Jinju Keshal. There was a Lantern Festival or Lighten Festival, Jinju Festival, where in the month of October or November, there will be almost 1 million people will gather together in the month, and they will celebrate a Lighten Festival. So this is some of the picture which we taken during the lighting festival in the Jinju Keshal. So this is the Jinju character, and these are some traditional Korean food. So most probably, if you are a non-vegetarian, you will like it definitely. So you can, once you have a chance to visit Jinju, of course, South Korea, you can have the taste of this food. So I will have a short introduction about our university and of course our laboratory. So you can see a 1-minute video. So we have a 4 division, 133 departments, including master, doctoral, and of course the BS course. So these are the 5 major campus I am associated with Gejua campus. So mostly, yeah, this is our laboratory. This is the corridor which I was shown in the before slide. And of course, this is our laboratory HPLC and our laser experimental room. So this is the SEM, which is available in our laboratory. So this is the main entrance of Gejua campus, and this is the BNET building. In the BNET building, of course, 7th floor. Actually, my room here. Yeah. So this is all about our GNU, of course, our laboratory. So I want to show some of the major instruments. Our lab, which consists of 30 major instruments, especially the laser room. In this, in this room, we have 5 lasers, especially pulsar laser technique, which I can detail go through in the next slides. So here we have synthesis. We used to synthesize all our targeted material, like nanostructured material, either it is a alloy, MOF, or oxides, non-oxide, all the variety of nanostructure we can able to produce in the laser. So our main target is all the material can be tuned or synthesized using a laser. Then we go for a various characterization. So I don't want to go in detail about all these characterizations. So you can see some of the research facility, which maybe, of course, we are ready to collaborate with the people. So we call it as a generally core facility center. Of course, we are giving on the basis of collaboration as well as consultancy basis also. So FSM, we have XPS, ICP for elemental analysis, AFM, GCMOS, Roman. So these are the facilities which is available. Of course, we our own facility. XA is going to install tabletop SIGRE. We ordered a SIGRE. Maybe next month is going to install in our laboratory. So that will be the high-end model. I mean, table type model, which we can utilize all the based on energy, not only on the water splitting, but also battery, all the type of electrochemical related energy and other applications. I mean, environmental application, we can analyze it. So, of course, you can make use of our facility. I can give, the last slide, there will be a lab link, so you can use of it. And there was another like a field, levitator. Especially I want to highlight one point about this levitator, acoustic levitator system. What we are doing is generally what all the electrochemical or material synthesis we perform in a bulk system. It may be a chemical synthetic route or physical synthetic route, but in our system, what we have introduced is the acoustic levitator, the small droplet, the reactant converted into product. And this is what chemical reacts in general. So the reactant A plus B, a reactant, we keep it in a solvent that we float. In the middle of levitator. So in the here there will be a node and antinode, ultrasonic waves. So when we keep these in between the node and antinode, the reactant, the small droplet can be float on the middle of this levitator. So this we can adjust that. Of course, we can adjust the size of the reactant. Reactant. Of course, we can change the wavelength also. So upon passing the laser, we can pass the laser. Since we are mostly focusing on the laser, it is a light waves. So we can pass on the reactant, then we can convert it into the product. Of course, whether it is used for only for the material synthesis, no. We can extend to the application also, like HER and OER, all the things we can monitor in situ technique, like this transformation we can connect it with other spectroscopy like FTIR and PL UV. These are the three techniques which we can integrate. We can integrate with this technique, but if we have facility, we also plan to extend XRD, in situ XRD also, but we have not yet established or stabilized the system. So using this system, what we can do, what we can save it means within a short time of time, without wasting the many chemicals, large chemicals, we can perform whether the reaction is carried out or not. Also the intermediate product, before changing how the one A form to B form, the chemical reactant to product, it can be changed. These can be monitored in situ technique, various spectroscopy technique. So these are the works, also part of the work is going on. So majorly, as I mentioned, our lab is mainly focused on the laser spectroscopy laboratory. We shortly call it as the LP lab. So our research is mainly on the laser-induced material for energy, environment, and sensor. So we have 30 group members in our lab. So some people are working on particularly on the electrochemistry, some people are, of course, most of the people are working on the electrochemistry, and they have some people are working on the energy storage and the energy conversion, and some part of people working on the environment like a pollutant sensor and electrochemical sensor especially, and environmental remediation also. So these are the teamwork. We are working in as a teamwork. My portion is only focused on the electrochemical energy conversion, not on the energy storage also. So here, if you want to know more about laser technique, you can refer our recent, 2022, this published in Nature, Light Science and Application. This review, if you go through, you can understand more, because these are 30 minutes or 40 minutes presentation. You may not understand how this laser influence the surface or size, tuning the property, chemical property or materials property. So you can refer. It will be written in in a simple manner, so easily you can understand. The first time itself you can easily understand that. So let us move on our today's topic. I want to focus on electrocatalytic hydrogen production from water splitting. So before going into this topic, let us have some one slides about the basic of hydrogen. What is the use of hydrogen? Hydrogen which can used as a energy in case of transportation, like these are the types of where we can use in the transportation and fuel production, industrial and feedstock, especially chemical synthesis. For example, ammonia synthesis. These ammonia used as a fertilizer, particularly in the agriculture field. So there are a variety of advantages compared to the fossil fuel to hydrogen fuels. So there are various techniques which we can produce this hydrogen. Among these, electrochemical water splitting is considered as a green chemical process. So why this is considered as a green chemistry process? Not only on the synthesis, we are focusing on the material also. Pollutant-free research, we need to focus on the pollutant-free synthesis and as well as the application. So we know how we are calling it as a green chemical process. So water electrolyzer or water splitting, this process which we know water which consists of H2 and O2, hydrogen and oxygen. When we electrochemically split, the O2 can evolve at the anode and H2 can evolve at the cathode. You can ask the questions. The title itself I mentioned, in the slides, the title itself mentioned electrocatalytic hydrogen production. So, but when I am talking about, giving the introduction, I am talking about H2 and O2 production. So you can ask, we can control only HER or only OER. The HER evolution, we call it as a hydrogen evolution reaction. It is a reduction reaction. So OER is oxidation reaction. It evolved at the anode part. So any electrochemical device which consists of two electrode system, which is anode and cathode, and it is a more fundamental anodic reaction takes place at the anode, and the reduction reaction takes place at the cathode. So when we talk about any full cell, full device or electrochemical reaction, there will be anode and cathode. There will be a two reaction, anodic reaction and cathodic reaction. But when we talk about only on HER or OER, that is the one off cell reaction. So full cell means there will be anode and cathode, and of course when we are talking about the off cell reaction, there will be, we can call it as a 3 electrode system. There we can introduce a reference electrode. So working under counter as well as a reference electrode. So all the material which we are synthesizing, we can use in the part of working electrode. So based on the potential which we are giving, the working electrode can act as anode or cathode. So what is this potential? The potential window why we are, why we need to change, choose means either it is a potential or current. It is very simple. Electrochemical is a simple, not only electrochemistry, in a mathematical graph, if you take y-axis is a known parameter and x-axis is a known parameter and y-axis is a the machines, the readings, what the machines are, electrochemical system which we derived or unknown results will be plotted in the y-axis. So here in the electrochemistry, if we apply in the mathematical concept, if we give an input, all the input in a x-axis. If we give a current as input, the output in the y-axis, it will be a voltage. If you give input as a voltage, the output will be the current. This is very simple, the electrochemistry. Okay, so when we are using a 3 electrode system, it is a potential dependent. So all the reaction, either it is a OER or HER, it has a theoretical, standard potential value. For example, in case of HER, it takes place 0 volt versus reversible hydrogen electrode, which with respect to the hydrogen electrode. So when we use the reference electrode, we can convert, for example, silver chloride. The selection of reference electrode also, it's a matter that maybe I don't want to go in much detail. It will be a more basic, like a student's talk, so I don't want to go in detail. So OER takes place in the 1.23 volt. Theoretical potential, of course, the overall cell voltage also a 1.23 because it is a an cathodic minus anodic potential. This that called as a cell potential. So the overall electrochemical reaction I have given here OER and HER. The overall reaction is a H2O, which can split H2 and O2. Let us consider all the performance. I am talking about, my topic I want to give, topic is a laser induced material, where these materials are play in the water electrolyzer. I mean, in the water splitting, where I can apply my material, means the anodic and cathodic. These are all made up of the any electrocatalyst which is coated on the any substrate. So there will be a selection of substrate and selection of reference electrode or selection of electrolyte. These I don't want to go in much detail. So more basic. I don't want to go brief introduction about my my research topic. So the performance of any electrochemical device, or especially in the water splitting device, is mainly depends on the anodic and cathodic materials which we are using. So here we call it as a electrocatalyst. So when we search for a new material, we need to focus on these 4 parameters to improve activity, stability, and selectivity. Activity means electrochemical or electrocatalytic activity. Stability means we know that all the any electrochemical device we need of look for the stability. For example, we are using a mobile. How long the charge is lasting? That is the main criteria when we choose for the any battery system. That was the one of the energy storage device. And the selectivity, as I mentioned, one full side reaction, any electrochemical reaction, there will be a oxidation or reduction. Here in case of water splitting, it has a HER and OER. If you choose one material, it is not necessary to possess both HER active or OER active. One material can be highly active for HER. It is not necessary to be a highly active in a OER. But both the case are a electrocatalyst, but it is not active. For best example is for a PT is a good reduction catalyst, but it is not a good choice for the oxidation catalyst, because this PT platinum, during oxidation reaction, prolonged electrochemical oxidation reaction, the surface get oxidation into PTO. It form a PTO. This PTO is less active for the oxidation reaction. So like this is all electrochemical reaction is a surface reaction between the electrode surface and the electrolyte. How the reaction takes place, and during electrochemical reaction, what happened on the interface, electrode and electrocatalyst. Actually, our research is mainly focused on this. Of course, there are n number of people are working on the water splitting or hydrogen evolution or oxygen evolution, but especially we are interested on the to know the reaction mechanism, what actually happened during the hydrogen production or oxygen production. That is what our research, and of course 2 or 3 slides I will discuss about it, and I can wind up it. So reduce the investment cost or operational cost. Any research, if you focus, as I mentioned, avoid pollution. It should be a green chemical process, as well as the investment cost. The overall research, investment money should be very lower, and the lifetime, which is almost like equal to the stability. So these are the factors which we need to keep in mind when we design our synthesis. So based on this, what we have chosen is our technique is a pulse laser technique to synthesize a material, because as I mentioned, the pollution free and activity, stability, and all the factor is mainly depends on the synthetic route or synthetic condition also. For example, the TiO2 is the best photocatalysis, but if you know, like even my when my father was doing a PhD that time also, he was studying a TiO2, and still I am working on a TiO2. So what changes has been made? Of course, it was a TiO2, and I am also working on a TiO2. What changes has been made means to tune the property of material. But how we can tune this property? By applying a synthetic technique. So these we can call it as a green chemical process. Why? Maybe when I discuss about the next slide, the formation mechanism, there you can understand what is the difference between the chemical route and this laser technique. So let us see. Especially pulse laser ablation or irradiation, 2 techniques which we are adopted to carry out our research or produce our material in a liquid medium. So these PLA or PLI in a liquid process. Of course, when I talk about the liquid, there will be gas reaction. Yes, there will be a pulsed laser deposition. That was the first technique which was introduced in a pulsed laser technique. That was a solid and gas phase reaction. This one is a solid and a liquid phase reaction. So here we can have a n number of choice to tune the material by varying a solvent. We can produce various material rather than PLD. This is what we can call it as technological advancement. So what are the difference? Main difference between the PLA and the PLI means. So here we can use the focusing lens, whereas in a PLI we don't use any lens, focus lens. So this was the ray, light rays. So when we pose the lens, we can focus on a particular target. For example, my target is any like a solid target. I want to dissolve means I need to focus at a particular point here. But here is like we can simply pause on the colloidal solutions. So this technique categorized in a top-down approach, bulk to fragments. So PLI is a bottom-up approach, metal, fragment, like fragments to nanostructured material. So these are the like advantages that I don't want to explain in detail. Let's move to this, one or two research, then I can like wind up since I don't want to drag much on this topic. It may be boring to you. So in this work, what we did is we have synthesized the AUPT alloy. So you guys, know better about the difference. Of course, we recently we started working on high entropy material, high entropy alloys, and of course high entropy single atom also we started working, and we published also. Let's go for some basics work from our research group. So in this work, we have prepared a AUPT alloy. To prepare this AUPT alloy, we have taken a PT and gold salt. So this salt which has a charges, ions. So we have to reduce into zero state. There will be a difference in between the bimetal and alloys. So this alloy means it should be a single phase. Both metals should be in a single phase. So in order to reduce 2+ and 3+, we require, in case of if we choose a chemical reaction, we require sodium borate, any toxic chemical reducing agent. But here we don't require any chemical reducing agent or additional chemical. Rather, we passed a laser, 532 nanometer pulsed laser. We have passed on this. This is a PLI technique. Since we not used any focus lens in a methanol solvent, what will happen? It form in a single phase alloy. So when we pause laser, the solvent get decomposed and produce a hydrogen radical. For example, methane, it is a CH3 OH. It split into CH3OH, CH3 radical it produces. This CH3 radical itself acts as a reducing agent, and still it split into carbon fragments and hydrogen radical. This hydrogen radical is highly act as a reducing agent to reduce 2+ and 3+ to zero state. That was the alloy. So when it make into zero state, we need some energy to mix the two phase of chemical to PT and AIU, since the reduction selection of element, when we form bimetallic, trimetallic, or until high entropic alloy, we need to select. So that will be the different topic. I don't want to deviate. So once we synthesize, this is the mechanism. So this is how we can avoid any toxic chemicals. So we can form it in a single phase of AUPT alloy. Then we mix with carbon black to improve the conductivity. Then we fabricated on a carbon cloth substrate. Of course, in this work we have used carbon cloth when we use in alkaline medium for prolong at high current. This carbon material itself no stability, but still we did for the this work for at low current. We have when we go for a stability, we perform in at low current. So this is one of the LSV curves. Linear sweep voltammetry. It is one of the technique in electrochemical workstation. So this is a basic technique to understand the catalytic, how much it is active for the HER or OER. So as I mentioned, HER is a theoretical potential is a 0 volt. So any catalyst which is close to the 0 potential, that is we referred as a highly active for HER, highly active for OER. So in this work, what we did is I mentioned overall water splitting. Water splitting is a HER and OER. Any electrochemical device or full cell which consists of two opposite reaction. This is the reduction of HER. OER oxygen evolution reaction is a oxidation reaction. So 0 voltage and 1.23 is a optional theoretical potential. I want to replace, I want to reduce the amount of energy. I want to save the energy. So this is a like a non-spontaneous reaction. That was another term in electrochemistry, spontaneous and non-spontaneous. Non-spontaneous is like one of the examples of fuel cells. We don't require any external energy to drive that reaction, but here in this case we required energy. So how we differentiate when the overall cell potential is the minus sign, then we call it as a non-spontaneous reaction where we need to give the energy. This was the basic electrochemistry that I think it may be boring to you, and later we can discuss it also. So for example, we replaced this OER by other small molecule oxidation, hydrogen oxidation reaction. So we take an hydrogen oxidation reaction. Hydrogen is a N2H4 molecule. This N2H4 theoretical overpotential is minus 0.33. When we replace this OER, we could save the energy, amount of energy to break, I mean the reaction to occur. For example, in this reaction, OER takes place at 10 milliampere current, 1.7. So when hydrogen splitting, I mean when we replace OER by HER, 0.17 volt. Almost I could say 1.5 volt electricity, or I reduced the energy required to reaction occur. At the same time, I enhance the yield. My target is to produce the IH2 value added product. So you can think about, I was focused mainly H2, what is the use of oxygen. Of course, the many people are working on the oxygen catalyst. Simply they will term as a oxygen catalyst like OER or ORR. OER is a 1.23 and ORR also 1.23. So we should know how to differentiate like oxidation reaction and reduction reaction. That terms like a forwardic reaction all called as if you are a electrochemistry, if you are working, of course, I just giving some basics. You may be from the photocatalyst or physics or chemistry or various of people. So I believe that it may be useful for you when I talk about the fundamentals. So if it is a how to understand by using a one graph. I mean, if you are writing a research article and it goes to the reviewer or editor, how they can judge means first they will look about your, I mean, of course, editorial things I don't want to discuss here. And reviewer point also, I don't want to go in detail about, I mean, I am a little deviating, I think. So the way of presentation itself, they can understood how much efficiency of your material. I think that this is enough with this. We can move to the subject. Here in this particularly, I have tuned the ratios, AUPT ratios, like almost 5 different ratios, compositional ratios of AUPT I have synthesized. Among these, highly PT, I mean loaded material is highly active. For example, AU1 PT8. And the same material is highly active for the hydrogen oxidation reaction. So I didn't show here the OER reaction. Of course, if you want to know more about this research, you can refer this article. Here, so highly active HER is highly active for hydrogen oxidation. But similar case, whether it is a good for OER means no. As I mentioned before, around AU PT4:1 ratio. This material was the highly active for a oxidation reaction. The result was not shown here. The reason is, as I mentioned, the surface reaction. Because of the PTO, it has been reduced. That was monitored using the various in situ technique, I mean spectroscopy technique we have analyzed. So these are the reasons. So what is the, if you ask what is the wow point in this research, so we can able to produce this one in within a 5 minutes. We can reduce the, I mean, we can prepare AUPT in within a 5 minute using laser. All the laser technique, I mean, we are working on 5 minutes, 10 minutes, maximum 40 minutes reaction. Of course, 6 years I am working on this field. So almost maximum, like we not exceed 1 hour reaction. All the material we can able to produce within a 1 hour. Of course, we are working on a IR rays also. I mean, IR radiation. These all, like for example, this 532, it comes under the UV laser. Of course, IR laser also we are using that. We call it as a CO2 laser that goes 10.6 micrometer. I mean, wavelength. Yeah. So here, yeah. So we can able to save 1.5 volt, and also we can able to produce within 5 minutes in the single phase of AUPT alloy. So we perform a HER and OER to produce high yield of hydrogen. That is what our fuel, I mean our target material, which we almost published in applied catalysis B. Now the present impact factor is 22.1, I think. You can refer. Yeah, in the next work. So as of now, in the previous slide, I was talking about production of alloys. I mean, I mentioned about high entropy alloys also. So you can have a curious about whether we can extend this technique to the non-oxide material. Of course, laser, initially they started with the nanoparticle alloys. Then they derived slowly to the oxide material. But currently, we can extend these laser to the no restriction. We can able to produce all the metal, metal organic frameworks, carbides, nitrate, phosphate, all the work which, I mean, if you go through our laser, we also working on a different material using the laser. I want to highlight this particularly metal carbides. So we synthesize various material, I mean, cobalt, iron, titanium, molybdenum. These material synthesized by pulse laser ablation of the corresponding target, metal target. We have taken a solid target, metal target of cobalt, iron, titanium, molybdenum. So in this reaction, what we did is we used a 1064 pulsed laser. I think the reaction time I didn't mention here, 10 minutes. Within 10 minutes, we can able to produce the pure phase of carbide material. Generally, how the carbide materials are synthesized means conventional technique or traditional technique means solid gas phase reaction. I mean temperature TPR method, temperature program controlled method, high temperature. Like they will take methane gas as a carbon source, and the precursor material they will keep in the middle of furnace at high temperature, more than 500 to 1000. Actually, this is categorized into ceramic material also. So highly, I mean, those who are working in the, I mean, engineering people, like ceramic people, they work on these carbides also. So at high temperature, they will produce, when we go for a 500, 600 means they will purely like, along with methane gas, they will need to pass the reduction gas also, either H2 or some other gas they will pass, a mixture of methane and H2 to reduce and also to form a carbide. But here without any, I mean, external carbon source, like in a liquid process, these target we mixed in a acetone, we passed this laser within 10 minutes. What will happen? This acetone get, I mean, decomposed into carbon fragment. These carbon fragment, when the I mean metal target, it is in a zero state. When the pass hit the laser, it dissolve and it produces a metal ion in the plus stage, plus charges. So these charges, I mean cations from the I mean carbon fragment, it will bind and form as a metal carbide powder. It is in a single phase. Here, for example, we applied HER and OER in this work. So we synthesized the 4 material. Here is the one point which I mentioned, the selectivity. So all this material, we can, whether all the material is applicable for HER and OER means no. Here, if you take HER case, molybdenum carbide is highly active, and here cobalt carbide is highly active for OER oxidation, because here it is a like if you take a cobalt carbide, why? that is what our we need to study as a researcher. What we are doing is why this particular material is highly active for the OER and where the same material is less active in HER. That is what we are doing and how this reaction is taking place. So in case of COPOL, it is highly oxygen affinity nature is high nature. So it can able to produce, OER is a high yield. For example, what will happen during, I will show only in situ Raman technique to know more about the surface reaction. So this reaction we perform in KOH. So this metal carbide we taken, copal carbide, when the reaction is performed, during that it can form oxyhydroxide. Then when we do the prolonged reaction, it form a copal oxide. It was a surface. This we call it as a active site. Further, it will be validated with the DFT technique and everything. And this is how the research progress in our laboratory. So in the same way, there was a high entropy, as I mentioned. How we define it as high entropy alloy. So there will be alloy, binary alloy, ternary, and we call it as high entropy alloy. There will be, we can call it a high entropy configuration. There is a formula using the compositional ratio metal. The metal which has 5 or above 5 element, we call it as a high entropy alloy, and we need to calculate the high entropy value, entropy configuration value. In this material, entropy also we call it as a low entropy, medium entropy, high entropy. So there is the advantage of high entropy. I don't want to go in detail about this. So we can able to produce within 5 minutes this 6 metal. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry, 5 metal we produce, all noble metal. You can also ask when I was talking AUPT. Later carbide is a transition, and here all I used as a noble metal. So reducing a noble metal is much easier. Of course, this is not limited, and in our laboratory only we used to go for all kind of transition metal also we have studied, and we have prepared the pure basis. So we prepared, and within 5 minutes in PLI process, then we deposited on the multi-wall carbon nanotube. Then we studied for the overall hydrogen splitting. Hydrogen splitting means hydrogen oxidation reaction will be replaced with OER in a water system. So here it will be HER, hydrogen oxidation. In case of overall water splitting, it will be a HER and OER. So here you can ask, among the 5 material, I used 5 metal alloy. Among these 5 metal, which is highly active site? Before I was talking about various carbide. Among this carbide, which is highly active for oxidation or reduction. But when you take one chemical, among this chemical itself, some here I used 5 metal alloy. One particular will be highly active for the particular reaction, and the other will be other active. For example, I don't want to go in much detail. I think I am almost close to my time limit. So here the PT and ruthenium is highly active for the HER case, HER active material. And whereas in case of hydrogen oxidation, PD is a highly active material. So this will be analyzed. We could able to produce using the in situ technique, in various in situ spectroscopy technique. We also go for a ex situ and in situ characterization after post characterization, and we will compare. And this was the in situ Raman spectrum. So I think we made our laboratory as in situ Raman technique. In situ Raman FTIR, and we also go for a electrolyte, because as I mentioned, it is a electrolyte interface. Of course, some product will be in the liquid, electrolyte, still in the electrolyte, we will measure. So you can ask, why we are small molecule oxidation means only hydrogen can be replaced by OER means no. Of course, we will extend into other molecules. For example, if you go through our lab website, there will be a we use the n number of like ethanol oxidation, methanol oxidation, or perfurol. If you take one of the example of perfurol, it can be converted into puric acid. That was the biomolecules into bioderivative into value-added puric acid. So these, like they will prepare a value-added product of at the oxidation also, and the reduction side, fuels can be produced. So in case of furfural, we can produce a puric acid. So likewise, even recently we started working on a plastic valorization. So what will happen? Upcycling or recycling or valorization. These are the various terms which we give in the scientific, community. We convert it into like if you take a plastic can which consists of ethylene glycol and TPA. So these ethylene glycol oxidation even separately also we can perform. We can purchase ethylene glycol solution and we can do the oxidation reaction or reduction reaction. So since the plastic bottle if you buy and if you put in KOH solution, it will dissolve and it produces TPA and ethylene glycol solution. So that we can oxidize and various upcycling. We can produce different chemicals. This is another work, and I have summarized 2024 from our group. And we, as I mentioned, our team is like 30 people. There will be a director and the research professor, 4 or 5 teams are working. In this, these are the different. Teams are working here. So I have summarized. And if you want to know more about our research, you can go through our lab webpage. Here it is mychoilab@gnu.ac.korea. So we would like to acknowledge our director, Professor Myang Choi, and the other lab members. Thank you. Thank you for your listening my talk. And if you have any question, we can have interaction and feel free to ask anything. Of course, if you if it is a short time, you can also write an email. Yeah, thank you, Professor.
Thank you so much, sir. Please accept a token of appreciation from Team ICIFE 2025.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. So, moving next, now it is our distinct honor to welcome Professor Dr. Anurag Mudgal, an esteemed academic and researcher, as our keynote speaker today. Dr. Mudgal is a professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering at Pandit Deendayal Energy University, Gujarat, with a distinguished academic background, including a doctorate and master's in mechanical engineering from IIT Delhi. He brings with him a wealth of knowledge and experience. Dr. Mudgal has been at the forefront of research in renewable energy and water treatment technologies. He has successfully led and coordinated several prestigious national and international projects, with a total funding of approximately $8 million. Notably, he serves as the Indian coordinator for the Europe-India Collaborative Project India H2O and LC-RED Center for Water Treatment Solutions. His contributions have earned him prestigious accolades, including a fellowship from Royal Academy of Engineering, UK, under the Newton Fund Scheme, with over 100 publications, 5 PhDs supervised, and his active role on editorial boards of scientific journals. Professor Mudgal stands as a beacon of innovation and academic excellence. Please join us in welcoming Professor Anurag Mudgal to deliver the keynote address. Handing over the mic to sir. Please, sir.
Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Fatima, for nice introduction. And thanks, everyone. Thanks, colleagues, for inviting me for such a beautiful platform. Special thanks goes to Dr. Surya. We have been working together in an institute in UP, in Moradabad district. Thank you very much. Can I have the share right, please? Hi, Surya. I can see you now. Looking great as always. I need to share my screen.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, now you can share, sir. Please check.
Thanks. Here we go. Is it coming in slideshow mode? Not yet.
Not yet.
Now?
Now it is coming.
Thanks. Thank you very much. And thanks once again for inviting me and to interact and to share my thoughts. Basically, I'm a mechanical engineer, and by default, my experience and my so-called expertise or whatever I have worked is that domain belongs to thermal science, heat transfer. But to my passion, I have been working in water treatment area since last about 25 years. So being a mechanical and heat transfer engineer, I started with distillation. So in distillation, there is a lot of fluid mechanics and heat transfer, thermal science involved. And another beauty of distillation is that when you change phase and condense the steam, every drop comes as a pure distilled water. You can add on some minerals to make it drinkable, and that's all. Because the steam will take nothing with it. And when you condense it, every drop comes as a absolutely pure drinking water. So irrespective of category of contamination, either it is dissolved, undissolved, fluoride, cadmium, lead, whatever, it'll take care of everything. So I started with that, and gradually I keep on progressing with my journey, and I'll try to narrate during this about 40 minutes presentation. And anyone is most welcome to interrupt me in between. I would like to answer that query, and detailed discussion we can do at later stage. This is the institute where I belong to. This was initially Pandit Deendayal Petroleum University in Gandhinagar, Gujarat. Now it has been renamed with Pandit Deendayal Energy University with the initiative of Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji. This was his dream project, and he started with Petroleum University. And during a convocation 4 years back, he suggested that I did it like Petroleum University. Now within the domain of 12 years of journey, the university has progressed like in every segment of energy. So he said that now I request to rename it as Pandit Deendayal Energy University. So now this has become PDEU. And I have been working here since last 11 years. So I came with a dream to start a center of excellence in water treatment here. And as was told in my discussion, I have several fundings. And with that, we created a center of excellence. So if someone asks me, I hope my voice is clear and this is going in good spirit. The slides, voice. Dr. Fatima, can you tell me everything is okay?
Yes, everything is going perfectly fine. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So if someone asks me, Dr. Mudgal, what have you done since last 25 years? Explain it in one single slide. So this will be that slide. Here you see, there is the left side is in hand. So we have electricity in hand, that is high grade energy and the costliest mode of energy. It caters some high efficiency processes like reverse osmosis is one of that. Cooling means VCR, the vapor compression refrigeration systems for cooling and ACs. So they'll count on electricity, which is a costly energy mode, and give high efficiency output. At the same time, we have some low-grade energy options. We call them normally renewable energy options like solar thermal, solar PV, geothermal, any waste heat source, biomass. But difficulty is that they lead to low efficient processes, membrane distillation, and even distillation is one of them. So I started with a thought to bridge high efficiency processes with this low grade energy. So I thought that any kind of energy possesses the same unit, joule or kilojoule. Either it is wind, or it is thermal, or it is geothermal, or it is electricity, it is watt or joule. So I thought that rather than doing things using a via media, first you convert through solar PV to electricity and then do mechanical work. Run a pump or run a compressor or run an RO, reverse osmosis system for drinking water. So I started thinking, why don't we couple the energy, whatever form it is available in, for the final objective, rather than using a via media of electricity. So we do it because we don't know how to couple different energy sources for the final objective. And we give a lot of penalties in every conversion. First, convert the energy to electricity, one conversion, maybe efficiency goes by 50%. Then this electricity to mechanical energy, another penalty, say 50%. And as many are the conversions, the penalty or the efficiency multiplies. So if these are 50% two times, overall efficiency comes to 25%. And this slide is again very close to my heart. The bridge you see at the left hand side, I'm standing with my colleagues over this bridge. This bridge is a replica of Industry Revolution. So this was created in somewhere 18th century, between 18th and 19th century, somewhere in 1870 or so. And this is replica of Industry Revolution. And beauty of the bridge is that this is made of iron, but technique which was used is carpentry. By that time, English people, they have understood how to melt the metal and how to make different shapes, pieces, and they knew carpentry, but they did not know welding or riveting or bolting, nut and bolt. They did not know that art. So using carpentry, making different molds, and like we do in carpentry, by fitting different elements with each other, they created this bridge. And this is about 30 meter long, 5 meter wide. And this is still in operation. And this is another thing placed in think tank of Birmingham. This was the best design of a steam engine. This is a double acting steam engine. You can see steam comes from two sides and exhaust goes from one port. So this is double acting steam engine, but this could never be commercialized because by the time this design came, diesel technology have come. So diesel overtook, and this best steam engine design could never be commercialized. So message with this slide is that there is no bar of knowledge. I mean, we may be little short of knowledge, but if we have passion, we can create the things like Iron Bridge. And they have created a replica of a village of that time called Victoria Village. If you Google these keywords, dear, like Victoria Village or Iron Bridge, you will get a lot of insights, a lot of information, a lot of motivation to work further. So coming back to water treatment, I started from my previous institute in Muradabad, where I told myself and Dr. Surya, we have been colleagues. And I told you, I'll tell you what I did there. And then onwards, 11 years I have completed in Gujarat. And during this journey, there are so many projects, so many funding agencies, and these are the partners with whom we are collaborating. The best membrane manufacturer in the world, Ecoporin, different university, Lightet is the best solar, known for solar solutions. This is in Spain. Different funding agencies like British Council, European Union, a Department of Biotechnology, DST, and Israel, Niri, Siri, Pilani, and CSMCRI, Bhavnagar, Niri, Nagpur, so many CSIRs, end users. So they are all our partners, and these are the 4 major projects which I am doing, which carry an overall funding of about 70 crores as of now. And PDEU being the lead partner on all 4 projects through me, we have the major stakeholding of about 12 crore out of it. So the topmost, this left side project is between European Union and India. Acronym is India H2O. If you Google India H2O, you will go to a very live and vibrant website. You will get to know what we are doing in this project. There are about 24 partners, 12 from India, 12 from Europe. Then this one, the below to it is acronym is SPHRD, solar powered high recovery desalination to provide clean water. So this is again a reverse osmosis system, but driven by thermal energy. So we make a steam, and that steam pushes the water through the membrane. And instead, we run a pump and build pressure, and with this pressure, water passes through the membrane. I'll explain it in due course. Another one is again a DST-driven project. This is again a consortium project. LC-RED, low-cost renewable energy-driven water treatment, and few more like this Going Global project funded by British Council. So after success of these projects, British Council requested us to make a consortium and to create a module for PG students. And in UK universities, this course is running. We are also running the course which we created. So out of India H2O project, which is the European India and European Union and India collaborative project, we selected a site. The location you see is very close to the coastline, and this is Saurashtra region of Gujarat, and the place where we installed the plant, aerial distance is about 2 kilometers from the sea line. So this is semi-arid area, water is very salty, even soil is very salty. There was no access to clean water for the villagers prior to we installed this unit. And this is the unit which you are seeing below it. And if any one of you have heard about Swaminarayan Trust, recently they built a beautiful temple in Abu Dhabi. In news, colleagues must have heard about it. So they gave us land. They run a school under their trust here, and they give us land to set up the plant. And funding comes for the equipment from European Commission and DBT and DST. And this is a zero liquid waste model. So we recover about 80% of the clean water, better than Bisleri. I am saying it on record. What we produce is better than Bisleri with 80% recovery. And 20% reject what comes. We grow a crop called Salicornia. You will see the photograph here. And this crop is very salty, and this absorbs salt from soil. And we do it under consultation of Israeli scientists. They have become good friends now. And we can make green salt out of it. So nothing go waste. The byproduct even gives a valuable product. And beauty of this green salt is that this is potassium rich. The white salt which we consume is not good for heart because this is sodium rich. So this is potassium rich, high omega factor. I'll share the brochures also to who are interested. And another beauty of this plant that this is solely run on solar PV module. So when it comes to renewable energy, another slide which I'll normally prefer to share is this one. Energy storage is a challenging thing. You can do the things in daytime when sun is available, but what to do in night? So this is an ashram called Brahma Kumari Ashram. This is in the foothill of Mount Abu. And they have done a marvelous thing. You see, this cylinder is, the middle cylinder is of about 1.5 feet diameter and 2 feet length. And the weight of this iron cylinder is about 1.5 tons, 1500 kg. And this is parabolic dish collector, triple axis controlled. And irrespective of location of the sun during daytime, focus always remain at the center of this cylinder. And this becomes red hot at temperature goes to about 850 degrees centigrade. And this cylinder is revved by water coils, water keeps circulating. And this gives a steam, immediately a steam of about 350 degrees centigrade, superheated steam. And they have created an array of 30 by 30, 30 by 28 to be precise, 30 column and 27 rows, about 700 such collectors and 700 iron cylinders as I shown. And they run a turbine of 2 megawatt. They produce electricity even in night hours because the specific enthalpy, specific energy of iron is good, and up to 4 a.m., up to 5 a.m. in the morning, the turbine runs because the iron has become red hot and it keeps producing steam till next morning. And whatever back pressure steam comes out of the turbine, they cook food for about 15 to 20,000 people every day, absolutely cooked by steam. So there are indigenous solutions. This is not like rocket science is involved in it. If we are passionate, we can find solutions. And need to mention here that they don't outsource anything. They have created a good workshop, and the devotees, they themselves run it, they themselves operate it, maintain it, and nothing is outsourced. So with such things, for the first thing which I thought in my previous institute is multi-effect distillation. So distillation is something you make steam and condense it. There are ways to make condensation fast with less energy consumption, and every drop is absolutely distilled water, and we can add some minerals because minerals will go when we condense the steam. So minerals are very cheap. We can add them and we can compensate it. So what we do in multi-effect distillation, how it is different from normal distillation, when we condense steam comes through the inner tubes. This is a shell and tube heat exchanger. So in a larger shell, in a bigger diameter shell of about 8 inches, there are 7 coaxial tubes, aluminum tubes, where we insert steam, and we maintain a thin film of water over these tubes, inside tubes, to make the heat transfer possible. So when heat transfers from inner tubes to the outer tubes, steam condenses, and meanwhile at the outer side, a new steam is formed. And this new steam is sent to the next heat exchanger of the same pattern. You see, there are 4 chambers. If I take it to the previous one, the first chamber, the topmost, the middle chamber, the bottom chamber. So there are 4 chambers total. So we don't flood. We don't flood this, because if we flood it, all the latent heat will go consumed in heating this water, and we will not get any new steam formed. So we flood it. We maintain a thin film of water, and we maintain all mass flow rate calculations. This is a rigorous exercise, so I'll make it short. We maintain the annular distance over every tube. This is an annular space, and there are heat and mass transfer calculations at what we will get best heat transfer coefficient and will get best new steam formed. And we do many film thickness experiments, etc. And finally we come out with such design, and we can make as many effects as we want. There is a boiler. This baby boiler is out of any regulations. This produces about 30 kg per hour of steam. So 30 kg condensate we get from the first effect. And by latent heat comes out, we make another fresh steam, another steam of say about 35 kg per hour. We condense it. Then in next stage, we make another steam by latent heat, use say 20 kg per hour of steam. And we keep on adding it. And we do some design things, capillary arrangements to deal with pressure difference, some fluid mechanics experiments, and finally we come out as a flow diagram like this. So we produce 1 unit of steam from the boiler. So we consume thermal energy to produce 1 unit, or say 30 kg of steam per hour. And we send this steam to the first heat exchanger. And in next effect, whatever comes is a bonus. So this is a 10 effect multi-effect water distillation system. And I created this an institute where myself and Dr. Surya was working together. This was international, I'm missing the name actually, Institute of Foreign Trade and Management. This has become a university now, IFTM. So the steam goes to the first effect only, and whatever comes through next effect, onwards effects is a bonus. So 30 kg per hour comes through the first effect, then say 25, then say 23, then say 21, and so on. And in the last effect, this is a natural condenser. When we see that the coming steam from the previous effect has not much potential, so we condense it fully by natural condensation without extending it to one more effect. So in nutshell, by consuming 30 kg per hour of steam, this gave about 170 to 180 liter of distilled water every hour. So this increases 6 times. So this saves energy, and this sets economy also. So this goes like this. This is a normalized curve. So there are so many variables, as mechanical engineers will understand. You can make the process at different pressures, different temperatures, with different categories of steam. So we need to optimize it. So this gave best result at 3 bar pressure. So this was one. Then with this, I thought of doing something with reverse osmosis also. So most of the reverse osmosis systems, they are electricity driven. Normally in every household, we will have one small RO system. So we switch on the electric button, it runs a pump. The pump builds pressure and water pass through the membrane. And membrane is nothing but a very fine mesh filter. So when the purification process goes on, the clean water passes through the membrane, but all the impurities keep accumulating at the back end. So pressure requirement increases. To pass the water further, we need to build more pressure. So a stage comes when pump found it unable to beat osmotic pressure, which has been created because of impurities. At the same time, we need to drain the previous supply and put a fresh supply. And that restricts the recovery. Recovery of an RO system is nothing but how much percentage we recover as a clean water from the total supply of water. So RO system, traditional RO system have two problems. One is recovery, which is very less, not more than 40%. Another is they are electricity driven because we need to run an electric pump to build pressure. So to overcome these two challenges, I thought of like we use wind turbine, windmills. So what we do there, we run a windmill and then We produce electricity out of it, which is very, very tedious process. You will understand, because for individual windmill, if you have seen, there is a separate alternator at 120 meter height, then separate grid line, separate a transformer, separate alternator at the top at 120 meter height. So very expensive. So I thought of, at least for water treatment, why don't we simulate and create by using some gear train, same RPM as otherwise electric pump would have given. Suppose electric pump gives 800 RPM and windmill gives 40 RPM. So by using a gear train of 40:1 gear ratio, we can make 800 RPM and we can enjoy the RO water as we were doing through electric pump. So I created a small module, and this was having a gear shifting mechanism. So this is another beauty. If we do things mechanically, we can take mechanical advantage. We can take luxury of mechanical advantage. And to explain mechanical advantage, I'll give you a simple example. When we drive on a horizontal surface, we enjoy driving in 5th gear or 4th gear. But when some inclination comes, whatever vehicle you are driving, it may be a bike, it may be a car. So when you go towards, say, from Haldwani to Nainital, or from Foothill to Mount Abu, any hilly area, so we compromise the speed, we shift the gear to a larger one from 5th to 4th, 4th to 3rd. So, and even 2nd or 1st gear. So we compromise with the speed, but vehicle will keep going. If we are strict to the 5th gear, this is like we run an electric pump. So which will run either at 800 RPM or will stop. And that is the culprit, that is the thing which restricts recovery. But if we have the mechanism of mechanical advantage, we can overcome that recovery problem also. And now CVT arrangements have come, gear shift itself as per the requirement. So we did, and now we are trying to make a commercialized version of it. We already have received fund from DST. This is another one. We make a steam, and this is again a electricity free reverse osmosis system. So we make a steam, we insert steam in this bottom cylinder. This is a cylinder piston arrangement. We create mechanical advantage by this linkage mechanism in between. And this bottom up cylinder, we fill it by raw water. And finally, the pressure which is built in this bucket, with this pressure, water is passed through the RO membrane. So as per the pressure requirement, which keep increasing, we can manage the pressure by this linkage mechanism. And this is the schematic diagram. The machine part is this much only, and all other things are peripheral arrangements to use every watt, every joule of energy for different purposes. And the lady which you are seeing standing besides me is Dr. Nilima Alam, renowned scientist, and at that time she was heading water division at DST. So she visited the system at my university and she was very happy with this. And she said that we will publish this success story in the annual report of DST. Anyway, so to make it fast, again, because this is a steam driven, we can use, there are so many variables, pressure, temperature, category of steam, and things will change accordingly. Then another variables are the cylinder piston diameter, stroke length of this linkage mechanism, these angles. So this mechanical advantage is nothing but sine and cos, cosine alpha and cos alpha. For lower angles, as you know, cos go to the higher value, cos 0 is 1. But for sine 0 is 0 and sine 90 is 1. So if you look at my hands, or if you tumble your hands, and these rollers, they roll like this. So horizontal movement is less in comparison of vertical movement. So this is mechanical advantage. In vertical movement divided by horizontal movement is the mechanical advantage. I'll again take back to you this slide. So if I remove this mechanical advantage from middle and directly couple the lower piston to the upper one, the system will work like this. You just focus on the blue line, the blue line which goes like this. And if we use say 9 bar of steam, 9 bar pressure steam at about 180 degrees centigrade. Another thing that we don't keep a consistent supply of the steam throughout the process. We supply steam and with an idea that this steam should be capable to lift the cylinder up to the top position. And we cut the steam supply. And by heat transfer calculations, we make sure that by expansion of steam, by the time it reaches at the top position, the steam will condense. And when the steam condenses, there is nothing to hold the piston and system will come down due to its own weight. So if we supply the steam for say some intermediate stage by the time the piston lifts, and we cut the steam supply here, and I modeled it for 70 degrees of angle. So when the bottom link was here initially, when the angle from the horizontal axis was 75. You see this 75. And the last angle, when it reaches adjacent to the horizontal axis, angle becomes 5 degree. So this was a puzzle of 70 degree. And DST gave me 70 lakhs rupees. When they heard this idea, finally they said that Dr. Mudgal, we will give you 1 lakh for each degree. You demonstrate it. They gave me 70 lakhs of rupees in 2015. And they said that you demonstrate it, we are happy to give you money. So if we supply the steam from 75 degree to say 45 degree and then cut the steam supply, so up to this time, the pressure remain 9 bar, and when steam expands, pressure will start fall down. So the profile will go like this. And if you look at the RO side, when clean water passes through, as I told you, the impure water keep accumulating at the back end and demand more pressure to pass through the membrane. And the pressure requirement is represented by this brown line. You see this brown line. So I have this blue profile in terms of pressure in my hand, and I need to beat this brown line, which represent osmotic pressure of the water. So that is the challenge. So if I directly couple it, the system will go up to say 35 degree. And then I need to drain the supply because system will stop. Water will not pass through the membrane in forward direction. So to deal with this, I created this mechanical advantage, which is represented by yellow line. You see the third line, which is yellow line, and this is nothing but sine alpha by cos alpha. So at any point of time, the pressure at the membrane is the sum of this blue, brown, and yellow. And by this, I can achieve recovery up to this point, up to 5 degree. And recovery is achieved up to 80% to 85%. And this is the system. We produce steam through a common header, which the focus of both the parabolic dish collectors comes here, and we produce a good quality of saturated steam. And we run the system. This gives about 80% recovery. We can use it at any rural place where sun is available, biomass is available, absolutely electricity free. There have been so many challenges, design challenges, but we have overcome and the system is running beautifully. This is another one called LC-RAD. So we are doing several things in it, and we are moduling it. I'm sorry, we are running an expander to produce the same RPM like we do in like we receive in an electric pump. So we run the RO module, and whatever left out, steam temperature comes. We run organic fluid driven expander, and the process can continue for another expander also. And the prototype has been created and we are trying to commercialize it again. Now I'll come to the most attracting thing, the India S2O project. So the whole idea is this. This is a multidisciplinary project. So whatever supply of water or water supply comes, go through allophytic plants, through a phyto-rid thing for natural treatment, which takes no energy. So this we do some pre-treatment, then system goes to another cylinder piston kind of arrangement, which is a horizontal cylinder piston arrangement, and forward osmosis system, which is very new and recent in water treatment. And we receive about 80% recovery and 20%, by 20% reject, which is very saline, we grow salicornia. And you can see everything in this one single slide. And as I told you, this is the site. This is Somnath. This is the site, and everyone is welcome to visit this place. And the system runs like this. This run on a free piston arrangement. This piston is not coupled by any shaft. So when pressure is built, the piston goes in forward direction, and by valve arrangement, the piston comes back to its original position. So the catch here is that when we use electric pump, we need to create a consistent supply like the right curve, the right-hand side curve. All right, we need to create a consistent supply like this. And when pressure requirement goes above it, we need to drain the supply. But here, the beauty is that when piston moves in forward direction, we need to we need pressure in a triangular profile in pressurization mode. And when piston comes back, we need not to consume more energy, and this comes back quickly. So we get clean water in all such batch processes when piston moves in forward direction, and we refill the bucket when piston comes back to the initial stage. So the pressure or energy consumption is represented by graph under this tip, under this triangular profile, and whatever is left is energy saving. So with this, energy is saved by 3/4. This takes energy 3 times less than conventional RO system, which are continuous RO, and gives recovery 80% at a comparison of 40%. So energy consumption 3 times less, recovery 2 times more. And this is all has been demonstrated in the field in a village which is about 450 kilometers from my university, and I can see all the monitors, all the parameters, how they are varying on my laptop or mobile, and even I can control it sitting at my place. And the CSIR CD Pilani, they are helping us in instrumentation and low-cost real monitoring systems for keep monitoring on the parameters. So energy consumption is as low as 1.5 to 2 kilowatt hour for 1 cubic meter or 1,000 liter of treated water. The operating cost is about 5 paisa per liter, and quality of water is better than Bisleri. So this is the system. I'll go fast. I'll not take more than 3 to 4 minutes from now. And we grow this salicornia, which has a very high value. In Israel, this is a proven model almost 80% of the farmers, they grow it because conditions in whole Israel are very saline, and they ship it to Europe, and farmers, they get a price of about 20 euro per kg. I repeat, 20 euro per kg. So Indian government, they are very keen to replicate the same model along all coastline of Gujarat first, and then along all coastline of India, because farmers residing in those areas are struggling and they don't have options because of salinity. So they'll grow either peanut or cotton, and that too with a very less yield because of salinity. But beauty of this plant is that this grows in saline water only. This will not grow in normal water. And we can make green salt, and even we can chop some leaves. This is very pulpy. We can chop some leaves in curry and we need not to pour any white salt. So we have opened one, what is that called? Mini micro enterprise. So all the villagers are enjoying this water, and the project has become self-sustainable because whatever surplus water comes out, they sell in it market, and they did many indigenous things. You can see the carrier on a bike, they did it themselves. This is brochure of Salicornia. We are in touch with big restaurant series who are keen to use the Salicornia in their curry and their dishes. And this is the place where we installed this system. You can see different photographs. So things are going very good, and we are in touch with several industries, big industries like IOCL, L&T, Bosch, who want to do their CSR activities, and they want to adopt dozens of more villages and to install such plants there. So they are in touch. These are real-time monitoring sensors where CD Pilani is helping. We are doing for textile and dairy wastewater also. So we are trying to come out with this kind of solution. So this is under manufacturing. Within 2 months, this will be on road. So we will put 3 gadgets here, one for brackish groundwater, one for textile wastewater, one for dairy wastewater. And idea is that vehicle will go to the real site. They'll demonstrate that whatever industries are using as of now, and if they use this much, how much will be the energy saving? And we will suggest them the module as per their requirement, as per their flow requirement. And we can do consultancy and we can suggest them. So we do several kind of other allied activities, societal impact programs, educational programs, awareness programs to say, this is my research group, or these were all PhD students. They visited European universities under the project only. They have completed their PhDs now. Every year we organize International Water Conference. This year also we did it in 1st and 2nd March 2025, and again next year we will do it. So this is a consistent process. Lot of news coverage, TV coverage, whatever TV channel, they came to know that such things are happening in rural villages where even access to clean water was not possible. So they reached the site themselves and they made the coverage. I'll skip it because this will be in Gujarati. Those who are interested, I'll share it to Dr. Surya and you can collect it from there. We are doing some more things. We are trying to come out with a small cold storage kind of thing for small farmers. And this will again run on solar thermal energy. Idea is that they will install it in their field. And we are trying to create a 10 cubic meter of space, 10 cubic meter of area where temperature will always remain less than 10 degrees centigrade. And they can preserve their sophisticated crops like tomato, grapes, mango, etc. And they need not to sell it on the same day they produce. Because, you know, because of humidity and high temperature, rates fluctuate like anything. Sometimes tomato is 5 rupees a kg. And after 1 month, it will be 100 rupees a kg. So that the problem is the producer, the farmer, they don't get the benefit. All the intermediators or the vendors, they get the profit because farmer, they don't know how to preserve. So this is all. I'll stop here. I understand that I'm running out of the time. Another thing, we are doing green hydrogen thing also. So I'll stop here. If are there any questions, I'm more than happy to answer, please.
Thank you so much,
sir. And those who are
sir.
willing, I'll share the presentation.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an informative session. And now I will be handing over to Professor Mehra, sir, and Dr. Suhas Ballal, sir. Please.
प्रोफेसर अनुराग जी,
सर,
ऐसा ही कहते हैं जो आप काम कर रहे हैं ना
सर,
जल ही कल है, जल है तो कल है।
राइट सर, राइट।
आप कर रहे हैं सोसाइटल बेनिफिट के लिए, वंडरफुल है। सोसाइटल इम्पैक्ट इसका ग्रेटेस्ट है। और कंट्री लाइक इंडिया, यहाँ जल की इतनी समस्या है, आपका जो काम है बहुत शोभनीय है।
Thank you very much, sir. And that is what inspires, sir. That is what inspires. Yeah, thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your blessings. Keep your blessings always available to us. Thank you very much, Doctor. And where are you, Doctor? Why don't you visit sometime? You will really feel happy when you see the smile on villagers' face. And reviewers, experts from DST, DBT, they went there. They asked me to go out of the classroom.
आपको और ग्रांट दे और भारत के कोने-कोने में जल की जो पूर्ति है
जी सर,
वो और बढ़े, क्योंकि गरीबों को बहुत दूर-दूर से जल लाना पड़ता है और पीने के पानी तो बहुत ही कम है। कई
एग्जैक्टली सर,
जल ही जीवन है, जल ही कल है।
ये सर दोनों गांव में ये जो गांव में सर हमने लगाया, वहाँ अल्टरनेट वीक पे 15 मिनट के लिए टैप वाटर आता था। वो रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग करते थे, वो टैंक बनाते थे नीचे, लेकिन वो पानी अगले मानसून तक उनका बचता ही नहीं था। फिर वो कहीं से भी कुछ टैंकर मंगा के काम चलाते थे विदाउट एनी क्वालिटी चेक, नथिंग। And now they are enjoying this Bisleri grade water.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And everyone is welcome. They can take my number or which is here. Oh, my number is not there. Maybe in the first slide. This may be taken from the conveners. Or आप आइए, I still have budget in my project, so I'll make all logistic arrangements. And this is absolutely for social cause, as Professor Saab said. So this is absolutely for a social cause, and those who want to come, want to learn, and want to replicate it, I'm more than happy to assist them. आप आइए, देखिए और अपने यहाँ भी इसको लगाइए फिर.
Thank you so much, sir. It was really very nice. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So moving forward, we are delighted to welcome Professor Ravikant Singh as our keynote speaker today. Professor Singh brings with him a wealth of academic and administrative experience. Having held key positions such as Director of Research, Dean Academics, Dean of Faculty of Biotechnology, Principal and Head of Department in both Biotechnology and Chemical Engineering, he also heads the Internal Quality Assurance Cell. A registered mentor of the institution's Innovation Council, IIC, under the Ministry of Education, Government of India. Professor Singh has been instrumental in promoting innovation and entrepreneurship across academic institutions. He is a certified ISO internal auditor and a peer team member and regional head, Northern Region for NAC accreditation. His leadership roles includes serving as a convener of boards of studies, chair of Department of Research committees, and member of research advisory boards at several prestigious organizations. Beyond academia, He actively advises biotechnology industries in India and abroad. We now invite Professor Ravi Kant Singh to kindly take the stage and share his insights with us. Sir, please, over to you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. Am I audible? Am I
Yes,
audible?
sir.
Yeah,
Yes,
my
sir.
screen PPT is visible to you all.
Yes, sir. Now it is visible, but not in PPT mode. Now it is visible. Thank
Now
you,
it is visible. Okay. Good afternoon, one and all present here. I am Professor Ravi Kant Singh. I am professor in MIT University, Uttar Pradesh, Noida. I am here to talk you about green chemistry approach in energy generation for sustainable development. Nowadays, everybody is talking about the sustainable development and how the sustainable development can be achieved. Because as per the United Nations instructions, the sustainable development goals should be attained by all of researchers. And through the green chemistry, how it can achieve in form of energy crisis. Because right now we are facing a lot of difficulty, as in previous talk, the water crisis may arise. The energy crisis may also come in future. So how we can overcome it through this green chemistry approach, which may help in the sustainable development. जैसा सर ने बताया कि water is life, जल ही जीवन है. So that life cannot be sustained without energy. So the energy generation is more important. And right now we are targeting the renewable energy, because non-renewable energies or traditional energies from thermal power plants is nowadays is not acceptable for the environment. That's why the green approach is very much important for the energy generation. First of all, you must understand what is the green approach or green chemistry and why the green chemistry is important. The purpose of green chemistry is to minimizing hazardous materials from the environment, and the renewable resources should be integrated through green synthesis and through the safer solvent to support the sustainability and reduce the environmental impact. This is the more important thing. The eco-friendly approach is also come in this green chemistry approach. Efficient chemical process development can be achieved through this green chemistry. We can minimize through this green chemistry, minimizing the waste, minimizing the pollution, pollutants, minimizing the cost also, as well as the minimizing the risk. So these important things may help in future for energy generation, or that green chemistry approach can be applied in some other fields also. Whenever you apply this green synthesized nanoparticles for making the process more efficient, then the nanoparticles also come into the picture in this green chemistry approach. As per as what is the history of the green chemistry, from where the green chemistry come in? 1962, initially green chemistry first time come, and some publications come in the journal. Right now, we are applying in 2024 or in 2025, we are applying AI-powered green chemistry research, which may help to develop more and more applications in the field of energy sector, as well as in the field of the medical sector also. As everybody knows, Environmental Protection Act, which was established in 1970s, then 1972, environmental issue, global environmental issues come into the picture. These are the history of the green chemistry. Right now, we are targeting AI-enabled green chemistry. We are targeting nano material-based green chemistry. With the help of this, how the value-added products can be achieved through the waste valorization or waste management. Now, why this approach is important? Green synthesis. If we are talking about the green synthesis, it means we are synthesize something from the nature. Or renewable sources, it means the renewable resources, these are never be always be available for the human being, never be vanished. That's it. That thing is very much important. Safer solvents are being used through this green chemistry for sustainability, pollution prevention, policy education and innovation, green energy, engineering also come into it. So we are going to reduce the waste, we are going to reduce the material, environmental footprint, pollution, cost and risk, as I told. And what is the impact of this reducing? We are giving, or we can see the environmental impact, we can see the economical impact, and when the economical impact come into the picture, the circular economy, the economy of the country will also be achieved through this approach. Because when we are doing something, when we are doing certain research, then this is much more important, that must be economical. And if the process is economical, but it is not environmental friendly or eco-friendly, it will not be beneficial. And the society should not be hampered or disturbed due to any kind of research. So these four impacts majorly come through the green chemistry for sustainability: is environmental impact, economical impact, technological impact, and social impact. Now, the development of more environmental friendly, the analytical approaches are very much important, because when we are reducing time reduction analysis and efficient data analysis, then we can achieve more and more efficient system. Energy efficiency, minimal labor, reduce occupational exposure, which may lead to achieve better and better society. Reduction of emission from solid or liquid waste, as well as vapor and the gas, which may less affect to the society. Pre-treatment techniques or direct determination of unprocessed sample. This is, and avoiding or minimizing the use of toxic reagents and the solvent. Sometimes if you are using the solvent or toxic reagents for making any kind of research, it can also hamper the society. That's why the green chemistry come into the picture. Through this green chemistry, we can design, we can develop a safer solvent which may be used for the processes and all. This is important, and it's a continuous improvement aspect. When we are talking about how the green chemistry will be involved in the renewable energy, when we are talking about renewable energy, I am a biotechnologist. I will cover on biomass energy only. But what kind of renewable energy is right now into the picture? The solar energy, the tidal energy, the wave energy, the hydroelectric power energy, wind energy, geothermal energy, except biomass energy. But we'll focus on biomass energy because I am a biotechnologist. But when we are talking about these other renewable energy, these are also very much important, or naturally available resources they are using. When we are using wind for energy generation, when we are using geothermal, earth energy, converting into the heat, into the energy, it will be beneficial. The hydroelectricity is right now most of the thermal power plants are focusing on hydroelectricity, because hydroelectricity immediately start producing electricity. Through this, and cheaper also, but the operational cost is very much less. But the designing or developing this kind of system is very much costly sometimes, and that's why the hydroelectricity is very much important right now. Right now, the researchers are also starting doing in PSP. How the PSP can be developed in a small unit hydroelectricity, but hydroelectricity power requires height of power so that the electricity can be generated and it can be produced in the hilly areas only. But right now the thermal power plants have started working on it, PSP system. Through this PSP system, the small unit of hydroelectricity, pilot scale hydroelectricity can be designed or developed for this, removing or reducing the renewable energy crisis. That's why these are the important renewable energy sources. But how this and where we are covering in the sustainable development goal given by the United States, the number 7, this is affordable and clean energy. When we are talking about the clean energy or affordable energy, when we are going to produce energy which are very costly, electricity which are very costly, then it not come under the sustainable development goal. It must be affordable, must be efficient for the poor peoples also, so that Microbial fuel cell can also be designed or developed from the wastewater. And a small kind of electricity can be produced. And the clean energy. And the clean energy, how the clean energy will come into the picture? It cannot be achieved without the green chemistry approach. That's why green chemistry is very much important nowadays. And we are going to integrate this renewable energy into the sustainable development goal. That important point 7 goal is affordable and clean energy, energy security, and sustainable energy consumption. These are the supply side. What kind of sustainable goals can be achieved through this affordable and clean energy, and demand side. So first, if we are talking about the supply side, the energy productivity, total energy import dependency. Energy import dependency by product, solid fossil fuel, oil, petroleum products, natural gases. These are the energy security supply side if we are talking about. But if we are talking about the demand side, the final energy consumption is also important. Primary energy consumption, final energy consumption in household per capita, and share of the renewable energy in the gross final process. So that's why this renewable energy is connecting to this sustainable development approach. And what is the role of green chemistry in energy generation? This is very much important. Then where the green chemistry come into picture? Through this green chemistry approach, we can achieve the circular economy. We can achieve the efficient use of resources, naturally resources available in nature. Advanced catalytic technologies come into this picture. Biocatalysis and microbial transformation comes into the picture. Sustainable agriculture, environmental care, process intensification, biomass and polymer waste upcycling, recyclable and reusable products. So that through this green chemistry, the waste valorization come into the picture, and through this waste valorization, different kind of energy sources, just like in form of bioethanol, biodiesel, bio-oil, biohydrogen, biogas. I think everybody must heard about the biogas. Now we are talking about the biohydrogen. And government of India has given the hydrogen policy, biohydrogen policy. Nowadays, hydrogen is being produced through various thermal power plants by this water converting water into H2 plus O2. But this process may be faster when the green or microbial process or the biological process come into the picture, and that kind of production will call biohydrogen production. That is called clean tech. Because when you are going to produce hydrogen, but if you are going to produce hydrogen from wastewater, it will be more beneficial. If you are producing hydrogen from water, then it is not the sustainable, because we are facing a water crisis in future, and in coming time or the running time also we are facing water crisis. And that's the salt water or seawater or wastewater, when we started converting into the hydrogen through this biological approaches or through the green chemistry approach, then it will be more and more beneficial for the society. That's why the biotechnology come into the picture. Environmental care is very much important, because in which system you can say that the safe earth, Mother Earth, we should think about environment where we are living. We should think about earth where we are sustaining, because only one earth is available. Everybody should live in this earth only. So that the save earth and the save motherland is also very much important, and this target can achieve only and only through this green chemistry. The purpose of that kind of conferences and talking from different fields, just mechanical engineer, biotechnology, chemical engineer, some other fields, I really appreciate the organizing committee and the organizing members who organize such an important and very important topic, organizing an international conference on innovating the future of energy. What will be the future and how the innovation can be created? And within a 40-45 minutes, we cannot talk about about my research only. I can aware, I can motivate the audience so that everybody start thinking on it, how the green chemistry, or how the we can save earth, how we can save water, how we can protect the environment. And by protecting it, by saving earth and saving the water, we can convert it into the value added product. Majorly we are talking about the energy system. There are 12 principles are there in the green chemistry. You can see the majorly we are focusing in energy efficiency. If you are talking about the energy efficiency, for measuring it, here the research is more important, because when we think on it about the biogas, a lot of researches already done in the area of biogas, the bioethanol production, biodiesel, jet plant. But the efficiency, how the efficiency can be increased, calorific value can be increased, and it can be possible only and only with the help of green chemistry or the biotechnological innovation. That's why the innovation come into the picture. This is very much important. These 12 principles are there. Real-time analysis of pollution prevention is also much important. That's why the computer come into the picture. AI, machine learning, processes also identifying where the pollutants are and where that kind of pollutants can remove, and which pollutants is more important for converting into the value-added product. Now you all heard about the algal, how the algae can reduce the carbon dioxide sequestration and all. Will cover in future, the next coming slides also. When we are talking about the green chemistry chart, you can see it here. The agriculture feedstocks are there. We can extract something, renewable raw materials, starch, oil, etc. Any other, through that manufacturing, we can produce biorefinery, biogas, biodiesel, biofuel also. And through this, some end products can be produced. And when the end products is being used, the organic waste come into the system, and then that organic waste can be converted into the biocompost, biofertilizer. And after the energy recovery can be done, and after the biodegradation, it will be converted into CO2 and H2O. CO2 may create a lot of problems to the environment, which may, when the CO2 level increases, the global warming come into the picture, and a lot of climate actions, climate changes will there. But that's why the photosynthesis, the plantation is very much important. Through photosynthesis, with sun, with the help of sun, the CO2 will be captured. Nowadays, plantation is not possible everywhere because the development is also very much important. We are living the place where we are staying here, and the buildings and constructions, institutes, organizations are there. Everywhere you cannot grow the plants. That's why the algae come into the picture, and through algae the CO2 can be captured, and it can be converted into the value-added product. The biofuels or biodiesel can also be produced through this photosynthesis. These are the green chemistry circular cycle, and with help of it, we can manage the waste and creating energy, and then the waste will also come into the picture. So these are the circular thing: waste to wealth, wealth to wealth. And when you are talking about the waste value, what kind of approaches are there? When we are focusing here, I am targeting the agricultural waste. What kind of conventional practices are there? Burning is the simplest way, which may create global warming. Open dumping is also a conventional approach, because a lot of huge amount of waste are coming out from the municipal waste, from the agricultural waste, from kitchen waste. In lot kind of waste are there. What is the solution? I think Parali, I think you all heard about it. Then the government of Delhi and government of India given certain solutions, but still farmers are burning Parali, and that burning Parali create environmental problems. Not only global warming, the visibility also reduces at that moment. So that conventional practices should be stopped. And how it will be stopped? Not only by help of the research, the motivation, inspiration, awareness, among the farmers, among the users is also much important. The sustainable approaches you all talked about, the biomass conversion, soil incorporation, growth, any kind of biofertilizer, biopesticides can be developed or produced from that kind of waste. The waste are solid waste or maybe liquid waste. If you're talking about the farm waste, it's a solid waste. That from that solid waste we can produce biogas, which is in the form of gas. Ethanol or biofuel or biodiesel, it is in form of liquid. And when the solid come, rest of the solids may be converted into the biofertilizer, biopesticide. It means each form of the waste, solid, liquid, and gas, all kind of value-added product can be produced through these kind of agricultural or domestic waste. This is very much important. And zero waste policy, zero waste management is very much important. Sustainable agricultural waste utilization, that is bioenergy. I already talked about biochar. Biochar can also be produced from this agricultural waste, and the biochar of the activated carbon can also capture CO2 levels. CO2 can be absorbed on the surface of that biochars, which may reduce the CO2 level also. And through this agro waste utilization, we can design a natural fibers, biocomposites also, that can also be used in the building construction materials. Composting material, biofertilizer can also be produced from this. Animal feed can also be produced from this agro waste. These are the beautiful things. And then after the value-added product in terms of biofertilizer, sometimes the plants can infected or pesticides. Biopesticides can be produced to kill the pest, which are may reduce the crop yield. So how this from this agro waste, crop residues, we can develop a biopesticide formulation which may help to reduce the pest, which may reduce the crop yield in the agricultural land. So these are the sustainable approaches can also be done by this these things. The lignocellulosic waste you all talked about, that lignocellulosic waste is coming out from the food waste, food biomass, farm residue, crop residue, even forest residue, forest waste, municipal waste. From this, the integrated biorefinery and this waste biomass residue can be integrated to the value-added byproducts, and through this recycling, we can give a solution to the global environmental issues by converting waste management. We can develop the economy of the society, and we can save or protect the society through this approach in energy security also. When we are going to produce energy from the waste material which are not being used for any other purpose, that waste may dumped or some other. So that our target is to converting waste into the energy process in terms of biomass, in terms of biofuel and bioenergy, bioethanol, biodiesel and all. How the energy and where the energy, I already told that a lot of energy crops are there, and through this energy crops, the energy can be produced. So finding out the crops, which crops can, if from every crops the energy cannot be produced, so identification is also very much important in the coming future. The lignocellulosic waste, I talked about the biofuel, biomaterial, and platform chemicals, byproduct chemicals are also there. Bioethanol, biomethane, biohydrogen, or methanols, biomethanols can be produced, or biodiesels can be produced in terms of biofuel through this thermochemical process or through the biochemical process. I am targeting only and only in the biochemical processes also. If you're talking about the biomaterials that are nanocellulose, biocomposed, and the biofilm can also be produced from it. If you are going to produce a biofuel from the waste, agricultural waste, some other byproducts in form of the chemicals, in form of the materials is also coming out. these can also give some value to the society, so that we can target in this particular process. Here in this slide, you can see the crop residue and how the crop residues is converting into the value-added product through the biochemical conversion process, thermal chemical process, and the physical process. What are biochemical process? That biochemical process may be microbial fermentation and aerobic digestion. You all know through anaerobic digestion, the biogas can be produced, which is the composition of methane and carbon dioxide. And when the calorific value is high, then the methane composition is higher than the CO2. Microbial fermentation, it can give the bioethanol, some other biofuels also. Through thermal chemical process, the gasification, combustion, pyrolysis is also come into the picture. And through this process, the syngas, bio-oil, biochar, and fuel gases can also be produced, which may create electricity, produce electricity through their heat and energy. Then the physical process is also there. By this, the crop residues can be converted into the value-added product, the grinding, crushing, drying. These are also soil fuel items. This is the important thing. I think you must understand biocoal. Here in this slide is not mentioning the biocoal is also very much important. Now the government of India given an instruction, the bioethanol or ethanol blended with petrol and diesel, 20% blending. So that you can say that the ethanol is the replacement of biodiesel and replacement of diesel and petrol. But in a thermal power plants, 20% blending of biocoal is also essential given by the government of India, so that the biocoal production must be started. Then how the biocoal production will be started from the agricultural waste, from the municipal waste, from the temple waste. The plants are coming out. From it, we can also develop or design a biochar or biocoal, and that coal may blend with the coal in a thermal power plant units, which may reduce the pollution level also. And this is the green approach, which are nowadays every thermal power plants are applying into it. Agriculture valorization, through this various techniques are there. The main products, co-products are also there. The green solution to the residue valorization physical methods I already talked about. Thermal methods are there, biochemical methods are there. The green economy, healthy soil, it means the clean environment, food security, energy security, all covers through this crop residue. These are the agricultural waste, or you can say that these are the agricultural byproduct. From that byproduct, you can give the food security to the society. You can give the energy security. You can increase the economy of the society. You can increase the health of the soil through biofertilizer. And food security, the animal feed can also be designed or developed through these kind of waste. This is very much important. And traditional methods I already talked about, which may reduce create a lot of ecosystem balancing and disturbing the systems also. Butanol, biohydrogen, biogas, bioethanol, which process dark fermentation. Through dark fermentation, biohydrogen can be produced. From anaerobic digestion, biogas can be produced. From fermentation, bioethanol can be produced. From acetone, butanol, ethanol fermentation, butanol can be produced. These are the biochemical conversions. And thermal conversions are the gasification. Through gasification, syngases can be produced. Torrefaction is the biocoal can be produced, and pyrolysis, biochar, and bio-oil can be produced. So that biocoal is also a form of energy. Biochar is also in a form of energy. Bio-oil is also in a form of energy. Through this thermochemical conversions, that energy can also be produced in form of syngases, biocoal, biochar, and bio-oil. When we are talking about the biofuel or bioenergy, we must understand the feedstock may be first generation, second generation, third generation, and fourth generation. The fuel nature, maybe I already talked about in form of solid. You can say that this is biochar or biocoal. Liquid biofuel is bioethanol, biodiesel, transesterification process. These can be produced. And in gaseous form, you can say that these are biogas, biohydrogen. So these are the different form of fuels, and all kind of fuels, solid, liquid, and gaseous fuels can be produced from the waste material itself. And I'm covering only and only agricultural waste because of that. A lot of other wastes are also municipal wastes are there, shelter wastes are also there, or municipal wastes are also there, domestic wastes are also there, kitchen wastes are also there. These are all are different characterization analysis is also very much important. Uh, Conversion technology, I talked about physical, chemical, and the biochemical. You can understand this graph here from 2015 to 2050. Majorly, you can see that the coal percentage is going to be reduced. You can say that this red section, renewable energy from 2015 to right now 2025 increases, and future we have 25 years of target of research. Take means the chance of increment only and only in this renewable energy. When you are talking about the nuclear energy, nobody is interested about the nuclear energy because of that it creates a lot of problems also. All energy, you can say that this also not very much increasing or similar or may reduce also in 2025. But right now, the hydro, you can see that the hydro increases very little bit. The majorly increases this natural gas, you can say that, or this renewable energy is very much important. That's why government of India is also taken a lot of initiative in terms of renewable energy. You must heard about the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, MNRE, giving a lot of funds for doing research in the forest waste and some renewable energy productions also. And technology advancement, what kind of technology advances are there? So the first stage, second, third, and fourth. When we are talking about the first stage, the feedstock is vegetable oil, animal fat, sugar, starch, oil crops. When you are talking about the second stage, this is the lignocellulosic feedstock, sugarcane, bagasse, cereal straw, non-edible oil seeds. When you are talking about the third generation or third stage, this is algae. Algae come into the picture because algae is capturing CO2 level also, reducing the CO2 level also, maintaining the global warming. So that is more important. And what are the pros and cons is also mentioned here. Majorly which country or which kind of biofuel is being produced, you can see here. But in the fourth stage, right now, the researchers are going on blending this algae with other microbes also. How this merger, algae and the microbes, how this is the fourth stage of technology which are being developed in the biofuel generation. Algae cultivation, harvesting and extraction methods, algal biodiesel, bioethanol or biogas can be produced from it. Majorly United States, Australia and Netherlands. What are the pros? Enhanced biofuel production, the potential for CO2 capturing and storing and high lipid and energy contents are there in this fourth stage. Cause high essential investment because initial investment is high, but the operational cost will be low. Recent development and research, lot of opportunities are there. Potential risk and this genetically modified organisms when you are dealing with the genetically modified. But where here there is no need to use the genetically modified organism because in nature a lot of microorganisms are already available and still not being explored. That's why genetically modified microorganism may create some concern or some problem. So that will not cover into it. Algae and plus microbes, algae, lignocellulosic feedstock, and normal vegetable oils. These are the process and technologies. Advancements are there in different stages in a biofuel generation system. Then various protocol processes and fermentation types are there which we are talking about. Consolidated bioprocessing. What What is the description of it? It is the combination of cellulose production, systematic saccharification, and fermentation in a single stream. What are the advantages? The major this reduce the cost of a reactor, requires lower energy for doing it. When you are talking talking about the fermentation type is simultaneous fermentation and hydrolysis. It has increased the degree of hydrolysis, decreased the retention time, and the process becomes cheaper. When we separate hydrolysis and fermentation, then the enzymatic activity is not being affected by ethanol. Easy way of separation process can be done. There are three different type of approaches are there. Fermentation processes are there. Every thing has certain advantages and disadvantages. As per our requirement, we can use it and convert it to the bioenergy and biofuel. When you are talking about the biogas through anaerobic digestion, you all know about this anaerobic digester. The role of engineer is to design of anaerobic digester and the segregation of waste, because different kind of waste are there. Which kind of waste come into it so that the calorific value is increased? Here the research is more important. From it, this anaerobic digester, when the gas is released, the digesters create lot of solids are there. That solids may give fertilizers, produce fertilizers, which may help or increase the crop yield and productivity. This kind of, and through biogas, the electricity can also be generated. And this is the important thing. But the global warming and the pollution still a problem. So through it, when we are using algae, we can minimize it. Lignocellulosic biomass in the refinery process. It will already be covered in my previous interaction. The production process in a biohydrogen, we are talking about because my discussion in terms of biogas, in terms of bioethanol, in terms of biodiesel, in terms of biohydrogen, every area the chances of researches are there and how the biohydrogen can be produced. The feedstock is similar. From the same feedstock, we are producing biogas also, we are producing biohydrogen also. So there are certain chemistry. Some enzymes are responsible, catalytic processes are responsible. Here the chemical engineering, chemistry and biotechnology come into the picture so that the efficient biofuel can be produced through these kind of processes. I would like to cover some case studies very quickly. This leather industry waste coming out and the biogas can be generated, biomethanation plants are there, and electricity being produced. These are the real case studies, and now the production is going on. Here also the biogas and the electricity generation is far, far better than the previous one. Then the vegetable waste, fruit waste, flower waste, because a lot of in a temple, lot of flower waste is coming out from the temples. How this flower waste is converted into the value-added product? It can be converted into some perfume or some other kind of sticks or something different, so that that should be managed also, but not covered in this energy, because converting waste into the energy, that composition of carbon nitrogen is also very much important. Bagasse is also utilization of bagasse is now being used, because a lot of sugarcane bagasses are coming out, and how the bagasses can be converted into the this value-added product and the bioenergy and all. You can see the biogas generation is 14,000 meter cube per day, and the reduction percentage is also CO2 reduction is 80 to 85%. The biggest thing. Vegetable waste, municipal waste. We must think on it. Cattle dung waste is also there. Jatropha is also a lot of jatropha plants, but a lot of difficulties are there with the jatropha, which may reduce the soil fertility also. With the help of jatropha, how we can maintain the soil fertility when we are converting this agricultural residue or crop residue of this jatropha, which are not being used for the energy generation, may help in production of biofertilizer, may resolve this problem to reducing the soil fertility with the help of this scrap residue if we are going to produce a biofertilizer. So that's why the jatropha is also being successful for a biodiesel production. When we are talking about research, without government initiative, we cannot do anything. A lot of government initiatives already being taken. First, National Solar Mission is there. Wind energy promotion is there. Bioenergy promotion is there. Hydropower development is there. Geothermal and ocean energy is now in the picture. Tax incentives are also there. If you are doing research or developing any kind of plan related to renewable energy, then the tax exemptions will also be there. A lot of international collaborations are also being going on. The green energy corridors are also being developed by the government of India. So that kind of things already government initiated, but the researchers should come with the industry people and may start any kind of ventures in the area of renewable energy. I think it will be better, because only talking, discussing about the research, but not interacting with the industry people may create a lot of problems. So that the government of India wants certain interaction initiatives between the academician and the industry people. This is very much important. What are the challenges and what is the future direction? Challenges are scalability, reproducibility, regulatory compliances, industrial adoptions, and the limited public awareness. And it can be done with the help of the academicians. And the government also promoting it, government also creating awareness. Government already given instruction to the thermal power plants to make the process renewable and start producing renewable energy. Now government of India is not sanctioning any coal thermal power plants, new thermal power plants. Every thermal power plants, they are given instruction at least 20 to 30% energy should be produced through renewable energy. They start thinking on it. So that challenges may be overcome with the help of awareness among the society and by initiative taken by the government of India. And the future directions are there. I already discussed about the AI. AI is a big thing, and everywhere AI comes into it. With the help of AI and machine learning approaches, the optimized reaction conditions, improved yield efficiency, enhanced process optimization, making green chemical processes more scalable and cost effective. The first future direction is that if you have or in this session anybody is related to AI, you not do independently. You must start collaborating with the multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary approaches with there. If a people is chemical engineer, if a people is computer engineer, a biotechnologist, all come together and start doing something more valuable, and you all can wonders in that particular direction. The second important thing is the catalytic approach. If enzymes come into the picture, that enzyme make the process more effective, more efficient. The innovation in the area of enzyme, innovation in the area of biodegradable polymers, and carbon neutral solvent. If you are using carbon neutral solvent, will play a key role in reducing industrial emission and enhances sustainability. Carbon will not, if carbon free solvent is there, CO2 will not be released. Finally, the collaboration with the academia, I already talked about. Industry, government should sit together and make something new, wondered, and these three peoples can do wonders in this particular area in the green chemistry innovation. That is the implementation of the sustainable practices. As far as this conclusion, if we are talking about the green chemistry and all this important thing, we have talked about the sustainability, scalability, eco-friendly methodology should be there. The analytical techniques should also be enhanced with the help of green chemistry. Sustainable materials can be used through green synthesized nanoparticles. Minimal environmental impact which and maximizing the resource available into the nature. So maximizing the resource utilization, minimizing the environmental impact, and making the process eco-friendly. Advanced analytical techniques would be used for making the system, the process more sustainable or more efficient, which may increase the economy of the country, and economical development may also arise due to these kind of processes. So by this, I would like to close my discussion, and I hope this interaction may help you for making this, doing some research in this particular area, and in collaboration with the industries, in collaboration with some other discipline peoples also, not only biotechnologists, not only chemical engineers, not only computer science, all come together and do the wonders. Yeah, done.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Please accept a token of appreciation from Team ICIFE 2025.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So over to Professor Mehra and Dr. Bilal, please.
Namaskar, sir. नमस्कार सर, नमस्कार।
प्रोफेसर रविकांत जी, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत अच्छा प्रेजेंटेशन, बहुत क्लियर, एकदम क्लियर।
सबको समझ में आ जाए वही होना चाहिए। जी जी, सही चल रही है।
ठीक है?
जी जी जी, ठीक है, एकदम सही, स्वस्थ हैं। उनका आशीर्वाद, हाँ, उनका आशीर्वाद बना रहता है हम लोग के ऊपर।
नमस्ते कहिएगा उनको।
जरूर 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 सर, जरूर सर, जरूर सर, उनका आशीर्वाद हम सब पे रहता है हमेशा ही। जी जी।
Thank you so much. Moving forward, it is a privilege to welcome Dr. Abhishek Tyagi as our keynote speaker today. Dr. Tyagi is a distinguished researcher and industry leader with over 18 years of experience in bioenergy, nanotechnology, and sustainable materials. He holds a doctorate in chemical and biomolecular engineering from Hong Kong University of Science and Technology and master's from IIT Kharagpur. Dr. Tyagi's work has bridged the worlds of academia, cutting-edge research, and industrial innovation. His collaborations with institutions like MIT and Harvard have contributed significantly to the development of biodegradable polymers and nanomaterials for targeted healthcare and clean energy solutions. He has authored over 40 peer-reviewed publications and actively reviews for top-tier journals. Currently serving as an environmental compliance engineer at Leica Biosystem in Melbourne, Dr. Tyagi leads sustainable manufacturing initiatives in the medical device sector, aligning product development with global environmental standards. He has also founded 2 biotech startups, Calmide and Aptical Private Limited, focused on biosensor innovation. Dr. Tyagi is a true change maker, committed to translating scientific discovery into sustainable industrial impact. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Dr. Abhishek Tyagi. Handing over the mic to you, sir, please.
Thanks, Nishat, for the detailed background. I think you guys can hear me. Yes,
we can. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and you can also see me.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so first of all, actually, so the thing is this, before I start my talk, I want to tell you, all of you guys, I have very special people also sitting here. One of them is Professor Ravikant. He just finished his presentation. So he was my first biotech teacher when I started my biotechnology course. So So he was the first person who introduced us biotechnology, and so he used to
Thank you, Abhishek.
Yeah.
नमस्कार, कैसे हो बेटा?
सर
बहुत
आपका
अच्छा
आशीर्वाद
लग
है.
रहा है, बहुत आपको देख के बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है. Thank you.
So he really gave us quite insight when we started biotechnology, because at that time biotechnology was almost zero in North India. No one knew about it. Our batch was the first batch in UP Technical, and then later on I came across many professors, and then another two people who really helped me throughout my career also is Dr. Surya Prakash Dwivedi and Dr. Nirja Dwivedi. So they are really awesome people, and they really cared me as their own son. Let's say this, because these people, teachers are everything. So next new generation is there right now, but I'm from mid generation, not too old, not too young, but I really respect my teachers, and they give us some clarity that made us think out of the box. So whatever I'm going to present today, what I'm going to discuss today, I am going to talk everything out of the box. I started from scratch. Okay, I don't have any background in bio also, but I started biotechnology, and then went to IIT Kharagpur for my master's, and then went to another university in Hong Kong for PhD. I choose Hong Kong because it's quite good university there. There's a reason always behind choosing something. So let's talk about why I choose this topic, crossing the valley, why energy innovation succeeds or fails beyond the lab. So I have a bit journey across all these different areas, from core biotechnology to what I'm doing right now. Okay, so as you all know, my name is Abhishek, and let's begin. So what I did is I did a lot of research with Hong Kong people. It's a good university, HKUST, and did work in NUS Singapore, and as well as US. I went to UPenn and Harvard also for some research, where I learned when I went to Harvard, I realized, I was just curious what happened there. I realized what kind of gap is there between what I know and what those people know, and I learned it very fast that there's a big gap. There's a big gap, because what we learned in our 30s, these guys are doing in their 20s. There's a big gap, 10 years of a big gap. So yeah, that is quite important. I will touch a base on that also. I did some returning from US. I did work with some startups and raised some fund also for my own startup, which I work in Singapore and Hong Kong. And I will also talk about my later journey in Leica. Leica, I think you heard about. There's a microscope. You use Leica microsystem. So it's Leica Biosystems also. And another startup, also part of industry, is King's Flares, where we developed a lot of industrial-based solutions, which is in Australia and Hong Kong as well. So both as a collaboration. Okay, so my main target is to give a base, how a small idea can be used as a startup idea, or a problem can be solved, and it can target any kind of customer pain. Customer pain is important. So what I did, when I started my research, my studies, I have a core background in biotechnology. I don't know anything about material science, and I have a background in chemistry, which I did during my 12th and then undergrad also. But when I came across with carbon, especially this molecule, this element really played an important role. My PhD supervisor, he asked me, "Hey, Abhishek, do you know who got the Nobel Prize recently?" I was like, okay, I don't know. Then this guy told me, look, there is someone got the Nobel Prize in breakthrough of graphene. I was like, okay, I don't know anything about graphene. So then this guy said, okay, don't worry. We need someone who don't know anything about graphene. And then that's the point where I started working on 2D materials for biotechnology. So this whole journey of research was not only limited to biointerface, biotechnology, because at that level it's not like heat and mass transfer, it's not like bioinformatics, it's not like chemical biology. It's just a combination of everything. You need your concept and fundamental clear. So that's why when teacher says, hey, you have to fundamentally understand something, that's what actually is going to be main part when you go ahead with your research. So for example, When I build a small sensor using graphene, it can actually detect any nanomolecule in 10 seconds. And that's a pure chemistry where we used a dye and binded it with our DNA to target a target molecule. So this target molecule can be anything. It can be a drug in the human blood or in urine. It can detect anything in 10 seconds. That's something breakthrough. Another thing I learned is how can I use graphene to detect a cancer molecule, like HER2 proteins are there. So how can we detect it fast inside a human body or in a live sample or clinical samples? Luckily, I got some clinical samples and we tested this method. And we can see cancer cells quite easily using this approach. As well as I was just keep curious about it, like, hey, because my family have some history of uric acid. So I was just thinking, hey, why can't we purify blood? Then I started working on blood purification. So I built a whole journey from using material science in biotechnology as a core in bio really helped me. But main challenge here is how to use these ideas in commercial world. Because, most of the research, almost like 95% of the research is lost in the publications and lost in the journals, and that's done. Hardly 3 to 4%, maybe 1% is converted to the main product in the market. And as like previous speakers already touched the base, like why? Because of the regulations, because of the limited funding, because of limited understanding of the customer pain, what they want. So what we did is my understanding was like, hey, we can detect this in lab. Why can't we produce something which can detect fast in the industry? So considering that thing, I come up with an idea that graphene can switch off and switch on any signal in 10 seconds. That's a good idea. That's something we can utilize. So here, like we use this concept. And what we did, we started with our first startup, Aptacle, as well as Calmite in parallel, where we can detect a single molecule within 10 seconds. And how we did it, we choose a problem where we compared our solution with existing methods like HPLC. HPLC take around like 3 hours, or sometimes take more hours if you do regeneration and if you do purification and everything, it take more time. But using this method, you don't need any purification. You don't need buffers actually. You can just directly start working on the sample. So what our main target is very simple. We will provide a target molecule which will bind to the target device, which is bound to the graphene system. And once that molecule bind to the surface, there will be a signature signal. So signature signal is something you can say if it's like a lock and key. I think everyone read about lock and key model, enzymes. So perfect lock and perfect key will match always. So on the basis of this fundamental thing, which I learned during my undergrad, when I was in my BTech. So lock and key is everything. Here, again, lock and key worked. So the target molecule will only bind to my DNA. And because of that specific chemistry, it will resonate a perfect signal that will only initiate specific wavelength that will be captured by my computer software. And then we can see, okay, this molecule is detected. Okay, and then so we build a prototype. It's like quite good prototype. We built this in Shenzhen, China, and 3D CAD model is here on the left side. So this was the initial model we built using this simple idea. Okay, and what we did is like we use this idea for again another idea, like in parallel, as I mentioned, for Calmite. This is another startup. So what we did, like we identified a problem that when people have like shrimp, shrimp is quite famous seafood. When people grow them, cultivate them, there is some virus risk. So and due to the virus, all the shrimp died. So there are a lot of customers, they were approaching different channels, and we came across with this problem. And we got some funding to can we bind a virus molecule with our DNA? So you guys know DNA is at nano level, and DNA strand can be a small DNA strand with 20 to 30 base pair, can be 4 to 5 nanometer, and virus molecule can be bigger than 4 to 5 nanometer. That small information is more than enough, because we know our target molecule can be bound actually. You can restructure. You don't need DNA even. You need a protein molecule, or you can design a specific specific polymer to detect any virus or a target molecule. So we used same approach here. We raised, I think, around 2.5 crore Indian rupees during this whole process. And this happened in 2019-20. We built that model and just using a simple method. So, but there were some challenges. So the challenge was in lab, we can produce good results. But scaling up is a challenge. Scaling up means like when you have a real-time continuous data, then your tech, whatever tech it is, got challenges. It got so many challenges. For example, there's a continuous stream of data coming in, continuous stream of liquid coming in, and your sensor is continuously touching and integrating the data. But during that time, the concentration of the solution cannot be controlled, or maybe controlled, but it can be contaminated. So there are many challenges, and so since we are quite early, we don't know those challenges. So this was one of the challenge happened during these two startups. And another thing happened was COVID. So due to COVID, we slowed down working on this idea, but we still have this prototype there. But there was a good learning. We were able to convince investors. Look, this is difficult work. You need to convince someone to give his own money on your idea is not easy. You have to convince them. You have to show the real idea, which we did. So this was the case study one, just an example of my own research. Another one I came across when I was discussing with one of my colleagues. So we have a very simple idea to use nanofibers. So this is pure material science here in polymer engineering. What we did here is we built this nanostructure. This nanostructure have a sieving around 40 to 50 nanometer big. So that's quite big enough to trap any bacteria. So that's the target. And if you can use this kind of filter, you can use it in different applications. So our idea was to build this at industry scale. So in labs, it is very easy to build, like just we can use any polymer like PVDF, PU or PP. Any like polyethylene can also be used. It's quite good material. It is antibacterial also if someone want to do antibacterial stuff. And why this idea come? Because during COVID time there was a quite push on antibacterial and antiviral stuff. So we quickly pivoted and we started working on nanofibers because we can see we can use nanofibers for bacterial filtration. In face mask, you guys use the 3-ply face mask. That face mask have a filter which we built and we sold in Australian market, US market, and Europe market. And this was the idea. So we started with this idea, and we partnered with some local Hong Kong-based industrial setup. And then, so we started with, in 2020, we started with a trial with a small machine. And then later on, our partner actually invested around 12 million Hong Kong dollar, US dollars, and it's quite good money, more than like 100 crore or something like this. So we built this big system actually, and inside this system we have a roller on the last. So in the presence of voltage, so how electrospinning work is, one side the polymer solution is inserted, another side there is a high voltage. In the presence of high voltage, the polymer actually make fibers. Okay, and that fiber can be used in different applications. For example, just for an analogy, you can see human hair is so much thick and nanofiber is so thin. And this can be used for HEPA filters, water filtration, waterproof, breathable membranes. So you can see there is a quite push for breathable sports wear, also use nanofibers. And cosmetics, for example, the face mask, you can see there is a paper-based face mask. So that face mask actually contain a lot of drugs like that can actually stay there for longer time. Because of this nanofiber, the dosage actually slowly goes to your skin. So those kind of things are also part of this startup, which we worked actually together. We raised quite good money for this one. And just for an example, I just want to give you an example how our method worked. We built a PVDF PVDF is a polymer. It's quite hydrophobic in nature, and it's quite good. By the way, it is a PFAS material. So PFAS is something you guys know is going to be, it's like a forever chemical. Most probably this industry can still use this chemical for another 10 years, but there will be a ban on this soon. So, but we built in 2020. This is not the case in 2020, but recently people started talking about regulations. We built a nanofiber where we try to block E. coli. And then what we found is this: when we use this filter, our nanofiber contained plate is clean. You can see it's 99.99% antibacterial activity. It blocked it. It killed the bacteria because it have the antibacterial activity because of the surface charge and because of the surface conductivity. Bacteria actually generally touches the surface, and it's the carbon tails actually interact with the surface, and it is already hydrophobic, and that chemistry helped us to deactivate bacteria, and somehow that chemistry worked. And because it's like well-established method, we got a very, very good activity. And later on, we got this accreditation by ISO 22196 and ISO 20743. These are industry standards if you want to sell this product outside in industry. We did all of these regulations, and we sold our product in US, Europe, and Australia and New Zealand. And when I left this company, we already designed HEPA filter and real-time water filtration. For example, you have a water bottle and the filter will be inserted inside it, and you can actually have any dirty water and you can start drinking. Because of the nanofiber, it will just clean the water 99%. We did testing with lot of mass spec we did, and even like some chromatographies we did to detect toxicity, and luckily all the results were really very good and healthy. So this is another example like how a product can be actually from a brainchild to a main industry can be transferred, can be like transition in a big thing. Also, big hurdle was there. So because Europe is quite strict with regulations, environmental regulations, toxicity, anything leaching in the environment is really concerning in Europe, as well as other countries are also following this thing. So this actually delayed our work for more than 18 months, actually, this REACH thing. So this is a regulation I just want to bring in your consideration. If anyone is thinking about any kind of innovation, they need to think about the regulation that can impact their innovation and research. So when I left this company, I was working on nanofibers, which can be used in energy. For example, we used these nanofibers for battery separators. This is a separator in the middle, just a scheme, just the image, just for giving a simple representation. Why? Existing material is PP, polypropylene, and polypropylene is quite thick, but you need more porous material as a separator. And the more thin separator is, you have more battery material that can be packed. So more battery material can be packed, then actually, you can have more charging capacity. So it's like a simple definition. So we started with nanofibers. We did some, we were in the middle of working this, and we raised actually, by the time we already raised around 13 crore Indian rupees when we started this work. And this company was already still in progress. They are still working with this kind of separator in collaboration with the universities. University role is very important because in any startup, you need a support from a professor. You need a support from academics lab. Because why? Let's be clear, very simply clear. If you want to do a TEM, if you want to do a SEM, or for example, if you want to do Raman spectroscopy, HPLC, anything, you will go to a commercial lab. They will charge you tons of money. But if you have a collaboration with professor, it's just a give and take. So professor can help you these things considerably cheaper. How? Because most of the instruments are quite freely accessible to the professors. They pay them, but it is through a university funding. This is something, the students know. This is something everyone know, but people just feel shy to contact. But professors' help is really helpful because they think in research quite deeply. You need to take that advantage. So we did this throughout my work. I utilized wherever I can get help from people. Another challenge with this material is recyclability. Recyclability is a very big thing. I will talk about this in one of next slide, why it is important. Okay, and next one is research solutions. So, for example, there are different research solutions in the market, but people just limit themselves for publications. For example, they just publish a paper and they don't care about the commercial use, as I mentioned previously. We just use an existing method. And we just started working on it because this is a good idea. Our main target was to make a face mask, simple, a mask that can be wear during COVID time. It's like we can see the use. There's a big market. You can see everyone need a face mask, and you can't actually go outside without the mask. Even in India, also, it is so difficult. The virus was so contagious. You know that, and let's talk about why startup fail. So I will take my example, and other people can also correlate and jump in if someone has some other suggestions. As I grow up, my funding from 250,000, around 250,000, it was in a break actually. In combination, it was 250,000. I realized that money was not sufficient for me to take from pre-seed round to Series A. You need a lot of funding. You need a proper prototype in the market. And unnatural disasters like COVID happened, or a customer is not happy with the results, or some contamination delay your results, which actually reduces your time frame, because investors always push you for good results. Investors always push you for some real-time data as soon as possible. They invested in you. And when they invest in you, they are really very serious. They really push you. So, and you have that much small amount of money to put in the labs, to buy chemicals, to pay yourself also or your staff. So there is a lot of limitations. Any amount of money is less when you start working on the ideas and when you start working on on any kind of startup. And another key challenge is, as like previously other presenters also shared, is when there is a academic research happen, from there to industry is a big, it's quite big thing. This transition is quite big. That's why it's called as valley of death. Why? Because most of the researchers, they just lose their motivation. Very simple, because they either want to find a job, or they either don't care about the research itself, or they don't care about the idea itself. And generally, like if a researcher in master's working maybe 1 year for research maximum, or a PhD maybe 3-4 years, and then just go for a postdoc. They don't care about what professor is trying, or what they just care about their own career. They want to be a professor, for example, or they just want to do few things which actually pushes them away with their own original idea. There are so many ideas in India, and there are so many things there. I have seen it firsthand that is just lost because of the lack of knowledge, lack of guidance. This is something very challenging thing which I realized firsthand when I was in India and when I left India. And even I'm quite involved with Indian universities also. But I realized a student have really good ideas, but the main challenge is they don't know how to connect with industry, how to ask the right questions. Okay. Next thing is how can you bridge the gap? This gap, how can you bridge it? Very simple, talk to academicians. Talk to people who can really give technical insight about your idea. Once you have your idea clear, you can start your market strategies. For example, in startup culture, what we did is we started working on go-to-market strategy. So if we go to market, who can be our customer? What is the customer pain? What customer need? You can think your idea is great. You can always think, oh, this cup is great. Everyone is going to drink a coffee from this cup. No. People can buy from anywhere. There's a lot of options. But the main target is how can your cup is different from other cup? Maybe it have a sensor that can actually make the coffee hot or cold. Anything, anything stupid can be idea. But the main thing is ideas are really great, but main thing is the journey from creating an idea to creating a product. And I have given you some examples how I started creating an idea to a product. And I'm so happy that I was able to act as a bridge on my own work also. And so many people helped me. Because, we identified what is our go-to-market strategy, how we are going to market, who is our target customer. For example, like shrimp farming, I give you idea. Because these people, we identified in news every time we are reading, shrimp farmers, right? Because I was in Singapore and Hong Kong, a lot of shrimp farmers from Vietnam are there and the Philippines. So we keep hearing those kind of things, like, look, why they are dying. Another thing was, another challenge was when I was working with Aptagal was, so what happened, there was an incident, then police want to detect cocaine in blood. And they don't have a rapid test kit. And they were just taking the sample and send it to the lab and then take the information about the driver, if they are just driving or maybe anyone on the street. So, and it take them 1 to 2 days sometimes to get the proper data, maybe 3 hours or 4 hours. So we understand that pain. We thought, like, why not we have some kind of a rapid test which can detect things on time, on spot. So that's why, my idea of nanoscale, where I can detect anything in 10 seconds, that actually tossed in my mind, like, okay, why not within, like, people can actually wait for 5 minutes. 5 minutes is more than enough to bring the result that that cocaine is present in the saliva or not. Non-invasive, not invasive. Okay, so non-invasive was my target. Okay, an industry like, so when we are in academics, the main challenge is how to talk to industrial people, how to connect with them. Industry people, they are quite problem solving oriented. They just want to solve the problem, tell them problem, they will solve it. No, nothing else. In academics, when we talk about a problem, so the process of solving a problem start with the fundamental understanding why we have this problem, why we can, what is the another way to solve this problem, what are the different ways to solve this problem, or how can we make it very simple problem. Like, it's a big tree when we talk to any professor, any researcher. But when we talk to an industrial person, it is like, okay, this is the problem, tell me solution, we can do it or not. Okay, we can't do it, don't waste your time. Start another problem. It's very simple. They don't waste their time. But in academics, we really waste our time. This is real something we should work on it. So I realized they are very quick. So when you have some idea, tell the industry guy, approach them directly. Don't hesitate. The first key is to approach them. Tell them, hey, we have this exciting solution and we are really interested in working with you. We have this solution and this solution can help you like this. You have to offer something. This solution can help you like this. Like, for example, this 10 seconds can detect cocaine in 10 seconds or maybe in 1 minute. You have to pitch it in such a way so that, and that should be coming with some kind of proof. Like if you have a patent, it's really good. If you don't have a patent, then you can actually have some substantial publication which can refer, hey, we did something. But in some cases, people hesitate to publish because the ideas can be taken away by other people. So you need to find another way. For example, you can sign off NDAs, non-disclosure agreements, which we did also, and that actually you can sign off with the people. And for your surprise, there are a lot of people sitting there on LinkedIn, on different forums, where as an investor they are really waiting for a good idea. If you have an idea, talk to them. They can help you to prepare a big team also. They can give you people to work on your idea. Okay. So this valley is a filter. It's not a graveyard. Okay. It will it is a bridge. This is how we connect with the university. And so what is how can we see what kind of ideas we can use in nanotechnology in energy sector? Look for the policies. What policies are there right now? For example, this is just an example, European Battery Directive. So Europe introduced a battery directive in 2023. They said, hey, You cannot use these chemicals. You cannot use these chemicals. If you are using lead, it should not be above 1000 ppm. If it is cadmium, it should not be above 1000 ppm, or hexavalent chromium cannot be above 100 ppm. So then you have some limit of chemicals. You can see there's a problem that you cannot use a chemical above this concentration. And you can then nanotechnology, it's a nanotechnology thing. You can build a material, you can build a different kind of material which can be supported to the battery and which can be sell in Europe. This is just an idea. Why? These policies always drive the innovation. These policies always direct what kind of new innovation is coming in the market. And all of these, this is just an example for your battery directive, just to bring your attention how battery is building, like, BYD, everyone aware about it. Even Tesla is buying from BYD. And they are like really progressing so well because they have their good tech there. They are selling in Europe with this battery directive. Why? Because they find the niche in their research. They identified, look, we have to build something using nanotechnology, so that cannot be stopped by any regulation. There are so many regulations you can look for: European regulations, US TASCA, Canadian EPA, and other countries. If you are targeting Western countries, or if you are targeting Asian countries also, China is also working well. And the main thing is this: whatever happened in US, Europe, or Australia, and any other country, that happened in India in 5 years. It's just a normal cycle, what I can see living outside. So and everything is driven by these regulations. Any kind of idea is driven by these regulations. And just for an perspective, like what other things can be done, like for example, nanomaterials like graphene. I give you an example, like to improve charge capacity of a battery. Maybe the audience is biotechnology, but it also covers chemical engineering. It also covers material and mechanical engineering. Everything is touched here. So yeah, and recycling different materials, coating materials, nano-engineered electrodes. Even there is a new push for recycling batteries. So many batteries are recycling right now. And I recently visited a battery recycling plant here in Melbourne. So what they were doing, so government here is pushing for battery collection points. So if you have a cell, if you have a battery cell, like for example, if you have any kind of AA or AAA, any kind of cell battery you use at home, you don't throw it in the dustbin, you throw it in specific bins dedicated to battery. Okay. So these guys actually collaborated with government, and they have added all the bins everywhere, and they collect those batteries, recycle them. And by the way, this is 100% recyclable. Aluminium, copper, lead, everything is 100% recyclable. So this is just an idea. This guy started working, and so I know this guy, and he's really quite into this kind of recycling, which also supports sustainability. Sustainability is a big thing. Yeah, so thanks again. Thanks everyone for giving me an opportunity to talk to you. And just ask yourself or ask me, what's your biggest barrier to scale, funding, compliance, or partnership? And I'm open for any question. You can also connect with me on LinkedIn and Google Scholar. You can see this, my link is there. Yeah, thanks everyone.
Thank you so much. Please accept our token of appreciation from ICIFA 2025.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So now I'm handing over to Professor Mehra. Please, sir. And Dr. Suhas Ballal, glad to have you.
Professor Abhishek, thank you very much.
Namaskar,
very clear presentation. And in this session, all the two keynote speakers and invited speakers, of course, there is not much difference. These are there in the template of conferences. So a speaker is a speaker, and all are invited. And I have listened to and I have seen all the presentations. The PowerPoint presentation were very clear, to the point, and more so that all of you, each of you has explained. You have just taken those slides as the guide, but you have explained each and every point very clearly. And I'm sure that all the audience here and after that, when Suryaji share it with other research groups, Jain University and other Sanskriti University, and we have a very large group of researchers, eminent researchers. So you all eminent speakers have spoken very well. All the presentations were very clear, nice, to the point. And we are grateful that you have, we know that any researcher, academician, eminent person is very busy, and out of your busy schedule, you have spent so much time with us. For 4 hours you were with us right since in the morning to this last session of today. So once again, I congratulate the organizers, and especially Dr. Surya and Neerja, who has selected, of course there are many, but who have selected very eminent speaker on the subject of energy. Energy, as I said earlier, will remain a requirement for the whole society. And the best point is that all the research which is presented during this session, this technical session, is pertaining to human beings, the societal benefits. And many times, many people say that in India, this kind of research being done, but that is not true. If we look at these presentations, you all have working continuously for the benefit of the society. So I congratulate all of you. I thank you. Give thanks, my heartfelt thanks to all of you. Apart from and organizers, Shweta ji and Neerja ji, Ayush, Rudra ji, all have contributed so well for successful completion of the first day program of this conference. You all are seniors, you all are experienced. Just from away from the research, I think many things. So I have one thing to share with you, and want to know your opinion, thought process. Sometimes we feel very scared. We are going forward. We don't find a pathway. We find our door closed or things like that. तो ऐसे में क्या समझौता करना बुद्धिमत्ता है, समझदारी है, या समझौता करना कायरता है, या पीछे कदम हटाना जो है कायरता है? इसके बारे में आप लोग कुछ, it pertains to research also, because research proposal हम लिख रहे हैं, कहीं फंस गए हैं, फिर methodology लिख रहे हैं, कहीं फंस गए हैं, तो एक समझौता जनरली हम लिखते हैं, बहुत अच्छा भाई यहाँ तक तो हम चल सकते हैं, आगे की आगे देखेंगे, let us submit it to the agency, funding agency. So ये जो समझौता है जीवन में, ये एक बुद्धिमत्ता का काम है या कायरता का काम है? Anyone? All mics are.
सर मैं इसमें 2 वर्ड्स कहूंगा. पहले तो थैंक यू, आपने
अपना माइक ऑन करिएगा.
कैन यू हियर मी नाउ? कैन यू हियर मी? सर सुनाई दे रहा?
Yes, we can hear you.
No sound.
हाँ अभिषेक सुनाई दे रहा है.
अच्छा ठीक है मैडम. ऐसा है कि
कैसे बोल तो रहे हैं लेकिन
तो समझौता like a compromise, so like compromise in so self respect is important, बट अब ग्रोथ के साथ में आप कॉम्प्रोमाइज देखें. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, you know when you are doing something wrong, or when you come across something which can be targeted, can be wrong. समझौता, like अगर आप किसी चीज में कंट्रीब्यूट कर रहे हैं किसी प्रोजेक्ट में, फॉर एग्जाम्पल,
ईशा मैम को फोन करो ना. मैं
अगर आप किसी प्रोजेक्ट में लाइक प्रोजेक्ट लिखना है, फॉर एग्जाम्पल यू आर राइटिंग अ प्रोजेक्ट, और फॉर एग्जाम्पल यू आर प्रपोजिंग अ न्यू आइडिया, तो वहां पे आप ग्रुप के साथ काम कर रहे हैं. तो ऐसी सिचुएशन में जो मैंने अलग यूनिवर्सिटीज में देखा और बाहर भी देखा, तो एक जो है ना, एक एथिक्स होता है, रिसर्च एथिक्स होता है. यू हैव टू जस्ट फॉलो द रिसर्च एथिक्स. You have to follow the regulations which come across with your work. After 10 years, how can you answer yourself? If you compromise in a negative way, I never compromised.
आवाज नहीं आ रही है अभी. निशा जी, if you are listening.
सर, आई थिंक आपका कुछ नेटवर्क इशू है, क्योंकि अभिषेक सर की आवाज.
अभिषेक जी का माइक ऑन करिए.
सर को कोई मैसेज लिख के भेज दो.
I'll take care of that, Abhishek sir. Just allow me some time.
Okay, so you can thanks. Just आप summarize कर देना. What I did so far, like I want to just summarize it quickly. So जब मैं academics में था, मैंने proposals लिखे, और challenge था कि मैं अपने professor के लिए proposals लिखता था. सारी funding जो आती थी lab के लिए आती थी, and सारी funding lab को मिलती थी. मैं target करता था कि मैं उसको कैसे यूटिलाइज अपनी खुद की ग्रोथ के लिए कर सकता हूं. सो जब मैं कभी अप्लाई करता था, आई ऑलवेज राइट, हैव रिटन दिस प्रपोजल, गॉट $1 million, सपोर्टेड द लैब. तो वो जो कॉम्प्रोमाइज यहाँ पे नहीं है, यहाँ पे स्मार्ट वर्क भी होता है. मगर अगर मेरा प्रोफेसर ये कहता है कि नो, यू डिड नथिंग, सो देन यू कांट कॉम्प्रोमाइज. यू नो, इफ यू वर्क समथिंग, जस्ट गो अहेड एंड से मैंने काम किया है, क्योंकि आपका जो शेयर है, आपका जो कंट्रीब्यूशन है, वो आपका है. Either you are writing a proposal, you are creating a startup, or you are doing anything in industry. Ethics is seen everywhere in a very neutral way. Ethical, because after 10 years, when you talk about look at yourself, then you can see what wrong you did. So my idea is very simple. Stay with your ethics. Stay with your self-respect. Self-respect is very important. अगर compromise करना है, तो कॉम्प्रोमाइज अपनी खुद के हैबिट्स के साथ करे, आदमी अपने आप को इंप्रूव करे, डिसिप्लिन करे, वहां कॉम्प्रोमाइज हो सकता है. बट आपके काम पे जो आपका कंट्रीब्यूशन है, इट इज नॉन नेगोशिएबल. एंड हमारे इंडिया में भी यही सिस्टम है, बाहर की कंट्रीज में भी यही है. जो गलत होता है वो दिखता है इजीली. आपके साथ एक बार चीटिंग हो सकती है, अगर आप स्मार्ट हैं, आपको कोई नहीं रोक सकता. आप दूसरी जगह जाके उतना नाम अर्न कर लोगे. So 1 or 2 times this may happen, but you're not going to get defeated every time when you face these things. So working in different countries, like many different countries, मैंने एक चीज देखी है कि जो व्हाइट लोग होते हैं, गोरे जितने भी मैंने देखे हैं, बहुत ज्यादा एथिकली स्ट्रांग होते हैं. जिनके साथ मैंने काम किया, स्पेशली चाइनीज के साथ भी किया, वो भी काफी स्ट्रांग थे एथिकली. आई रियलाइज्ड के आदमी जब ग्रीड में फंस जाता है तो वो कॉम्प्रोमाइज करता है. जब आपके अंदर दम है, आप लिख सकते हैं, बोल सकते हैं, अच्छा कह सकते हैं, स्टे विद योर वर्ड्स. इंडिया में भी नाम होगा और बाहर भी होगा. तो मेरा तो यही टेक है इसके ऊपर. जो मैं यहाँ से बैठ के देख रहा हूँ, जो मैं यहाँ से देख के, मतलब कई बार होता है ना कि बाहर कैसे होता होगा, मैं ऐसे देख रहा हूँ, यहाँ ऐसा होता है. लोग आपके काम को अप्रिशिएट करते हैं जब आप अपनी वैल्यूज के साथ रहते हैं. क्योंकि एक अच्छा रिसर्चर, एक अच्छा लीडर हमेशा आ जाता है, निकल के उभर कर आ जाता है, लाइक बाहुबली. just this is my thought process. Like, people have different experiences, they have different ideas, but I see everything quite positively. Negativity ko I don't think about it. I don't have negative word, tense, those things in my dictionary. I just keep thinking positive and positive. Yeah. सर, मैंने आपकी बात का जवाब देने की कोशिश करी, पर आपको शायद सुनाई नहीं दिया होगा. ये है कि जो हमने संस्कार सीखे हैं अपने पेरेंट्स से, दबना नहीं है, अपना काम करना है. अच्छा काम करेंगे तो भगवान साथ देगा, ऊपर वाला साथ देगा, और कोई नहीं दबा सकता.
Thank you so much, Abhishek.
Thank you so much, Abhishek.
Interactive session, and All the best.
Thank you very much. Thank you very
All
much.
the best, Abhishek.
And once again, I congratulate everyone and thank everyone for organizing such a important conference. Special thank to Mirja ji and Surya ji. And निशा फातिमा जी, आपने जो एंकर किया है प्रोग्राम, बिल्कुल फ्लॉलेस था, बहुत अच्छा था। और शायद हम कभी मिले हों, आप EIP में ही हैं, तो बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। एंड नमस्कार टू एवरीवन। थैंक यू वेरी मच। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you so much, everyone. With this, we will be wrapping our session for today, and let's join tomorrow again.